Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, espero estén teniendo un excelente día. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. En un rato vamos a traerles en unos minutos a Farhan y Alex también para poder compartir todas las tablas con ustedes. Ya saben que aquí en la descripción de abajo está el link a nuestro Discord si quieren tradear con nosotros absolutamente gratis, y también para el E-Trading Academy, lo que necesiten desde el curso hasta poder platicar acá con nosotros. Recuerden que el próximo jueves, ahora sí, en una semana, vamos a tener nuestra primera clase privada para solamente ustedes. Así que estamos emocionados, pero bueno, vamos rápido a lo del día de hoy. Ha estado el mercado bastante calientito. Estamos viendo un poco de irracionalidad en todos lados. ¿Y a qué me refiero con irracionalidad? Es todo está subiendo. Cosas que deberían de estar subiendo, que deberían de estar bajando cuando algo sube, es lo que estamos viendo. Quiero hablar del dólar, porque el dólar llegó y obviamente ese fue el tope local en este momento, llegó a los 105.4 y se ha dado un descanso desde entonces. Y acá lo que tenemos que preguntarnos es, ¿el dólar va a continuar subiendo? Y yo creo, más allá de analizar tablas, tenemos que pensar en esto. La economía real, en Estados Unidos sobre todo, si no saben, nos ha gustado por un rato por cómo funcionamos después de la teoría moderna, teoría moderna monetaria, modern, monet, wow, es muy temprano todavía, discúlpenme, la teoría monetaria moderna. La teoría monetaria moderna trabaja creando inflación, es la parte que les gusta, y ahí han podido dirigir esa inflación a diferentes lugares, pero esto quiere decir que va también acompañada de un dólar más débil, porque un dólar más débil quiere decir que puede, con intereses más bajos, la gente puede endeudarse más, puede pedir más dinero prestado, al igual que el gobierno, influye, empuja a todo el mundo a endeudarse más, que es parte también de, pues, para seguir continuando con el sistema. Pero ahora viene un cambio potente para esto. No sabemos si de verdad Donald Trump y Elon Musk van a hacer lo que nos dicen, pero si sí hacen lo que nos dicen, estaríamos yendo un poco a lo que Argentina ha visto con Milei. Y acá quiero tener una plática con un amigo mío acá que es argentino, Bruno, no sé si estés viendo esto. Luego platicar contigo y preguntarte cómo les fue en Argentina, cuál fue el proceso de entrar ahí, pelear con una inflación, hiperinflación, y cómo ha sido eso, qué ha hecho Milei, cómo lo sintieron al principio. Porque si Trump de verdad se va a ir a ese lado junto con Elon Musk, etcétera, vamos a vivir algo bastante similar. Y yo creo que sería bueno poder platicar con alguien que ya lo haya vivido para entender qué podemos esperar de este mercado de nuestro lado del mundo, para saber cuáles van a ser las siguientes jugadas importantes para todos nosotros. Porque si en verdad vamos con ello, tendríamos que tener un dólar fuerte. Un dólar fuerte requiere intereses altos. ¿Qué estamos viendo ahorita con los intereses? Por más que nos esté bajando la Reserva Federal tipos, y esto es algo que siempre les he dicho, la Reserva Federal no controla nada. La Reserva Federal artificialmente hace ciertas cosas para mantener la ilusión del control de ciertas cosas, pero desde que empezaron a bajar tipos han estado subiendo. Entonces empezaron a recortar 50 puntos básicos, luego 25, y lo que han visto son hipotecas subir como locas. Más allá de las hipotecas subir como locas, también los préstamos de coches y también el pago de la tarjeta de crédito. Entonces, ¿qué exactamente es lo que está buscando Estados Unidos? Y es literalmente lo que nos dicen en voz alta, es una moneda más fuerte. Y si vamos a tener una moneda más fuerte, ¿qué es lo que pasa con todo lo que hay alrededor? Todo el mercado cae por un rato. En lo que encontramos ese ajuste, esa nueva balanza, y ya estamos parados en una mejor situación, podemos empezar a crecer. Y de ahí, no sé si bajar los tipos sea ideal o no, porque nunca había en mi vida presenciado algo así, pero también les quiero decir esto. En Estados Unidos se viene un cambio fuerte porque también hay muchísimos lugares que empezaron a hacer el crimen ilegal una vez más. Y yo sé que eso suena muy ridículo, porque el crimen debe, para todo el mundo, el crimen es crimen y es ilegal. Pero no, en Estados Unidos literalmente pasaron muchísimas leyes para poder crear eso. En Nueva York también están a punto de quitar todos los beneficios a migrantes. Se viene un cambio, se siente un cambio. Vamos a ver si es cierto, si es real, si es fuerte, si es suave, qué tipo de cambio nos van a traer, pero espero, y sobre todo, cuando vemos Nancy Pelosi, ¿no? La mejor trader del planeta, que invirtió en bienes raíces en California en un proyecto comercial. Después Gavin Newsom anunció que iban a cambiar el crimen ahí, pero ahora en todos lados se está cambiando esto. Que sabiendo que Nancy Pelosi es la primera que sabe, me late que sí, podría ser esto la oportunidad de invertir en bienes raíces una vez más en California y sobre todo los comerciales, porque definitivamente van a hacer algo. Va a haber un reajuste de todos estos problemas. No van a sacar a la gente que está aquí. Ayer estaba caminando y los amigos de la gasolinera me pararon y me dijeron, güey, ¿cómo ves que Trump ganó? ¿Qué crees que nos vaya a pasar a todos? Les dije, no van a correr a nadie del país porque los necesitamos. Entonces, lo que yo creo que va a pasar es, en vez de darles ese dinerito gratis a los dueños de hoteles, a los dueños de departamentos, etcétera, lo que van a hacer es cambiar eso para hacerlo con edificios comerciales. Y van a poder separar esto así, crear más vivienda normal, entre comillas, para la gente, los ciudadanos, y vivienda de gobierno, que será también un poco basada en este tipo de transformaciones de los edificios comerciales a los normales. Se me hace una absoluta locura que estemos viviendo eso, que esto sea de verdad, pero tiene cara de que es a donde vamos, de que de verdad están a punto de cambiar las cosas. Y una cosa que también tengo que decirles es, no crean que esto es algo que deberíamos estar súper contentos con, porque esto a fin de cuentas es lo que hemos dicho iba a pasar, que íbamos a rogarles por cambio y alguien venía a darnos el cambio. Y a fin de cuentas, sea mi tío Elon Musk, que ya saben que lo quiero mucho y aparte lo admiro mucho, también tengo que decir que el tío Elon Musk es el nuevo proveedor de infraestructura moderna del planeta y está creando todas las cosas necesarias para básicamente seguir lo que estaba pasando, pero de una manera mejor, ¿no? Porque ahora el tío va a tener los contratos de gobierno, pero lo que yo pienso es que sí los van a enforzar. O sea, ahora sí va a venir alguien que los va a enforzar y va a meter todo. Pero esto, ¿qué tanto nos va a costar en cuanto a libertades se refiere? Algo que me voló la cabeza fue la explosión de los medios tradicionales en estas elecciones. Creo que perdieron ya la sanidad y que toda la gente se está empezando a dar cuenta y es algo que quiero platicar después con todos ustedes en un en vivo aparte, porque eso es un problema bastante grande que habíamos tenido por muchísimo tiempo, que todavía hay mucha gente que no se da cuenta de todas las mentiras que nos han cantado y nos están contando todavía y nos tienen bajo una ilusión. La realidad en este planeta viene alrededor tuya, donde caminas, donde conoces a gente y donde platicas con ellos y te dicen todo lo que está pasando. La realidad no es lo que te dice la tele, nunca. Y eso yo creo que fue lo más importante para nosotros poner en contexto para poder entender un segundo. A ver, me escribió mi amigo Bruno de Argentina y luego se los traigo, pero pone, imagínate lo siguiente, una economía movida solo por gasto público, eso es lo que era Argentina. Bueno, Milei vino y cortó el gasto público de un día a otro. ¿Qué iba a pasar? Todo se fue a la mierda. La actividad y la recesión fue de las más grandes de la historia, pero al ser tan heavy y de un día para otro, solo fueron unos meses. Atención, atención, porque personalmente creo que esto puede pasar acá también. Muy interesante, Bruno. Solo fueron unos meses. Ahora rápidamente estamos empezando a recuperar. Rápido, pero muy progresivo. Pasó mucho más, pero es lo que más rápido puedo decirles. Más que la explicación de la Fed subirá la tasa y por eso el dólar se aprecia, yo creo que es porque justamente el gasto público lo van a recortar. La moneda local se aprecia porque el Estado deja de inyectar dinero y empieza a ahorrar dinero. En nuestro caso, pero en el suyo, el menos dejará de inyectar, o mínimo dejarán de inyectar menos que antes, que se me hace muy, muy interesante. Alex, hang on a second, dude. I just realized I don't have my headphones on. And that is interesting because I have no headphones up here and I just left them downstairs. So I'm going to add you here so you can kind of like entertain everybody while I go get my fucking headphones. So give me a second. And Alex, welcome, sir.
What up?
How about this? How about we get going? You show us the chart of Bitcoin, sir, and we get flowing with that, and then we'll adjust as we go. Because I need to go get my headphones.
Perfect.
God damn it.
Sounds good.
This is the first time I forget my headphones. That's
Share
incredible.
my chart.
There we go.
And it's not even Monday.
What's going on right now? What is this? I know it's Friday. We should be ready.
So
Could it be your internet is kind of crappy?
Oh God. Yeah, we have very fast internet here. Mine, every time I start stream, it always is a little laggy to start. Like it's always buffering a little slow, and then it kind of just fixes itself. I can try to restart it though if it's not working. Yeah, it's a little laggy. I guess 1 second. I'll just restart it.
Do it up.
Let me see.
Vale, una puta desgracia completamente todo esto que estamos viviendo en este momento en las oficinas del tío Salo. No. Algún día voy a comprar otro edificio cuando ya no haya crimen y no me vaya a costar más de lo que me da dinero, y le voy a poner la oficina del tío Salo al edificio en general. Así se va a llamar. Y sé que es una estupidez, pero lo voy a hacer una vez más. Mi sueño antes de eso era tener una puerta invisible en mi baño, en mi oficina para el baño, y lo logré. Pude construir en mi primer edificio una puerta invisible para mi baño, así que estaba muy orgulloso de ello. Vamos a ver. Alrighty. There's definitely some lag here.
Yeah. That's very weird. Yeah, I don't know why.
Do you guys want to restart your internet?
Yeah, probably. I'll just do that right now before Farn gets on.
Yeah.
My bad. I don't usually, we have fast internet. It's like 500 megabytes per second. It's kind of weird. Is it unfrozen? I guess that kind of seems better. Just like
just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I'll restart the internet. No worries.
Okay. Una desgracia. Van a reempezar el internet por acá y nosotros hablando de estupideces. Pero ven, bueno, vamos a regresar a lo que estaba diciendo Bruno con Argentina. Impresionante, y es algo que yo personalmente veo pasando en Estados Unidos también. Y es algo de lo que Elon Musk habló. Entonces, en Argentina, ¿qué fue lo que pasó? Teníamos una inflación cabrona. Viene Milei, de la noche a la mañana corta el gasto público, desvanece y absolutamente disuelve todas estas entidades de gobierno de gasto público estúpido, deja de gastar, entran en una recesión potente y la peor de la historia, pero duró meses, solamente meses. Y han empezado a tener una recuperación impresionante a partir de entonces, y eso fue causado por la moneda argentina volviéndose más fuerte. Puede que eso es lo que esté diciéndonos la tabla en este momento cuando volteamos a ver al dólar, que el dólar se va a poner fuerte porque va a haber un recorte de gasto de gobierno y esto va a ayudar a la inflación. O sea, no la va a ayudar a crecer, va a ocurrir del otro lado, que es lo que hemos estado platicando. En este tipo de ocasiones, deflación viene acompañada de una recesión, pero es una recesión necesaria, y si solamente va a tomar meses, no de comer nepe, pues creo que lo vamos a tener que hacer todos y no nos va a quedar de otra. Is your internet working?
It's working for me. I don't know what's wrong with Alex's.
I think it's just his cache then in his computer.
Yeah, it might be his computer. Might have gotten some viruses on all that gay porn he watches.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. It's Friday, dude. Fucking feeling good.
How's that Rivian?
Oh, wow. The difference between the first gen and this one, it's like a completely new car. It's crazy. So good.
Did they change up like the interior quality?
Hmm?
Did they change the interior quality?
Oh, the interior quality was great already, but it's just so much better. It's hard to explain because I haven't literally gone one by one of the details, but my God, it's so good. You boys want to start with Bitcoin real quick? I'm going to go get my headphones so that I can hear you while you guys put the chart up, and then we can get going.
Yeah, I'll switch to my Bitcoin chart. Bitcoins have been just up only mode recently.
Yeah, dude.
I had a long open at 69,200 and I accidentally closed. But I didn't accidentally close it. I was retarded, so I closed it at 70,000.
Alex, I think you need to restart your computer. You might be caching.
Yeah, it might be a computer.
Because the internet's good.
All right, 1 second.
Sorry, buddy. Share your screen. Don't forget.
I felt so retarded after we went to 76K and I had closed my long at 70,500.
It happens to all of us. It happens to the best of us. Take a look at this puppy. I'm going to go get my headphones so that I can get plugged in, and then we'll just proceed as normal. But this is all you, sir.
I'm going to start on, I'm on the perps. I'll switch to the index. Okay, so I'm going to start on the weekly on Bitcoin. This is the index. So right now, the weekly candle, we started with a little bit of a dip. I don't remember what the reason for this dip was. I think it was because that poll came out, which showed that Kamala was ahead in Iowa. So then we have all of the markets kind of sharply reacted, and we got a little bit of a dip down on Bitcoin. We retested this median, and after we got tested the median, we got a strong buying action at the median, and we got a wick from there and expansion. And we're currently over this previous last week's rejective high wick. As long as we're above that, statistically, we should be continuing higher towards this top 38.2% area on the HPDR. And as of right now, that's at pretty nice levels at $81,800. And our volatility is starting to expand from very low levels, literally 0% volatility. We're getting expansion from. We're at 25% right now, so we can go a lot more. And momentum is starting to flip back up from the reset area as well, and we're currently at 24.5%. So usually, with this setup, if we didn't have volatility, I would say that 38.2% is probably where we top out. But since volatility is so low, momentum is coming from such low areas, we're probably going somewhere around that 61.8% where we like to go on this one whenever it goes on parabolic moves. 61.8% right now is just under $100,000, like $95,300. What I think would be the most Bitcoin thing ever, the most entertaining thing. I'm not saying this is going to happen. This is what I would be very entertaining to happen. Spike up to 95K. Everyone says 100,000 is next. They all lever up right here. Mega nuke down to 70 or 69, 68. And then from there, where depending on how we get our reaction there, I would personally say that we're probably going to make another higher low there and go for one final push before the cycle is over. But it's also likely that we could just end right here and never hit $100,000. That would be the most Bitcoin thing ever, to just never hit 100K.
Yeah.
And we save that for the next cycle.
And well, we keep saving it for the next and the next and the next, right? Like it's a great bait. Yeah, for everybody to just be excited all the time. All right, finally we're gonna get the 100,000. But again, this is just like gold at 2,000, right? Like it took a while, but eventually did it, and then that became kind of like the base.
And then it shot way past it.
Yeah, but now hang on. I was talking to just real quick before you continue with this one. I was talking to Bruno. Bruno's from Argentina, and Bruno has lived obviously hyperinflation. And then their new president, Milei, came in. He actually cut government spending like crazy. They went into the deepest recession they've ever been, but it only lasted months, and now they're growing. And that made the Argentinian peso go up in value because government spending became so much less. The emission of money became so much less that their coin went up like crazy in strength. And it was just a quick, like just months, you know? And I feel like we can see that here.
Yeah, it's basically what Elon's talking about with the short-term pain.
Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen because they also passed making crime illegal again in the United States. I know that sounds ridiculous, by the way.
Really?
Right?
Crime is illegal again?
But yes, which is ridiculous to say. But something is happening. Something definitely is happening.
Did you hear about that one legend in California who marked all of his prices at $951?
Yeah.
What a goat.
Yeah. I mean, it's the way to go. I'm sorry. Go on. Just saying. That's something else that I see.
So on the CME on the weekly, we're already over the 38.2%, and we're kind of brushing up against the 50%. 38.2% is what's considered especially on the higher time frames, the breakout zone. The last time that we've gotten a close over the 38.2% on the weekly on CME was all the way here back in February of 2024 when we closed at $52,000, and then we went to $74,000 to previous all-time highs. So that lines up with the 38.2%. Also, this little fib extension that I drew right here, which we're currently over the 78.6, which is 69,215. As long as those two happen, our statistical likelihood is that we're going to go up towards this 161.8%, which, and what else lines up with that is that we're expanding from very, very extreme lows on volatility. Same thing that we had on spot. And right now, our momentum is breaking up a little bit higher on CME than it is on spot. So that also improves the likelihood of that 161.8% on the fib. And that lines up perfectly with our 78.6% range on the HPDR, right at $92,000. So very interesting how this low $90,000 number keeps coming up for like very extreme areas, to where it would make a lot of sense for us to not go much beyond this and just not hit $100,000 in that first go around. Because to hit 100K, you'd have to go all the way towards this 88.3%, which seems pretty unlikely to do right on the first go around. Like if you see right here on from the February move, we ended up going up to the 61.8%. We got a little bit of a correction down to the 5 EMA, and then we went up towards this 88.3%. So who knows where the 5 EMA is going to be whenever we hit that level. But as of right now, the 5 EMA sits at $70,000. So it would make a lot of sense to go up towards like that $90,000 area, get a correction back to the 5 EMA, $70,000, get everybody to short, and then from there we spike up towards like maybe 110, 115, and put in the cycle high there. And that's if we go to 100K. Because if we do go to 100K, I don't think we're just going to tap 100K and leave it at there. I think we're going to go a good amount beyond it. Probably at least $5,000 to $10,000 over 100K if we do hit it. 2 week on CME is brushing right up against that 38.2% area, which is also from the same time, same previous time frame, the breakout zone. Last time we closed over the 38.2% on the 2 week on CME was over here back in October of 2023. And after October of 2023, we went literally up only for 103% on current price. Right now, we're just about to close over the 38.2%. We have about 7 days and 8 hours left to go. We have to close over $77,310. If we close over that, then statistically, we should go up towards the 78.6% like we did last time. And as of right now, which adds more into the favor of the bulls who won 100K. 78.6% lines up at $103,500 at the moment. Monthly on CME is looking also quite juicy. Where we're currently over the median. The median is at 72,837. Last time we closed over the median on CME on the monthly was back over here, October of 2023, the Hamas setup.
The famous Hamas setup.
We're getting the Hamas setup once again. If you were to apply 100% from here, good Lord.
Wow.
150,000. I don't think that's going to happen. But that's the number that we're getting if we got the same move that we got last time. Right now, momentum is starting to flip back up. It's rejecting getting into the bearish control zone, and it's back into the positive, while volatility is going to very, very extreme lows. The jewel is starting to flip back around. We went right, tested the bullish critical zone, rejected it, and corrected down to this pink fast-moving average. Right now, we're flipping around from there and flipping into white. On this next open, this is going to flip into the cyan light blue color, and this is going to take us into the bullish critical zone. The only time we've ever been in the bullish critical zone on CME in the monthly was over here back in February of 2021, right when we hit our previous closing all-time highs at $65,000. We're getting that same setup now, and that time we were only in the bearish bullish critical zone for about January until June, so about 5 to 6 months we were there. This time around, since we're basing within the bullish control zone and flipping back around, we're probably going to spend more than 6 months in the bullish critical zone, possibly somewhere around a year we're going to spend there. So that takes us to basically the end of 2025, which so many other metrics are also pointing towards the end of 2025, early 2026 being the end of this market cycle, and that's where the next bear market is probably going to start. CME is looking even more bullish, where we're quarterly. We're significantly over the median right now. The median's at $69,000. Very nice, beautiful number. And the last quarterly candle, we got that wick down towards that $49,000 number during that Japan carry trade failure. But not only did we not touch the median, we didn't even come close to touching the median. The median was at $29,000 back then. Now it's significantly moved up. And as long as we're above $69,000, we have a statistical probability of going towards this top 38.2% range at the minimum of the 38.2. And since we're at such low volatility, I could see us going beyond 38.2. But since those numbers are so insane, I'm not comfortable saying that right now. So I'm just going to say the 38.2. And 38.2 right now is at $110,700 or $110,800.
Damn.
The 61.8% it's closer to that number that we got before whenever we did that 100% move, because that's at $135,000. Anything beyond, I'm even a little hesitant to say 110, but anything beyond 110, I'm just not even going to talk about, because I don't want to look like a retard if we don't even hit 100K.
You don't want people clipping you and then putting it everywhere and going like, this dude thought we were gonna go.
Right. Nail every single one of my short-term trades. Like, yes, that's right. But didn't you say we were going to go to 100K?
Yeah. Oh my God. Holy balls.
I know you nailed Rivian and Enovix and all those other ones, but didn't you say Bitcoin was going to go?
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is a dangerous one. This is a dangerous one. I said that Bitcoin was going to go lower than 14 or 15,000 until it's been 3 years. Until today, that's all I know. That's all I hear. That's all I hear.
I love it, the people who have those such sharp memories for that, but they can't apply that memory for anything else.
Oh
For
yeah.
nothing. Oh yeah.
On our 2021 cycle, we did end up hitting the 100% on the HBDR ranges, but also the market cap was significantly lower and we had less data. So you got to take that with a grain of salt, because right now I'm not going to go as far as to say that I would put money that we're not going to hit the 100%, but I would say it's extremely unlikely to hit the 100%, because that's over $200,000 right now. Like 207,000. No, it's $207,250. So very unlikely that happens. Pretty unlikely that happens. I remember back when everybody was freaking out in 2021 when Bitcoin hit the 60s and Elon was accepting Bitcoin for Tesla, and they're like, wow, one Bitcoin equals one Tesla. At this point, one Bitcoin is going to equal one Ferrari or McLaren.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's going up to like a G-Wagon instantly. That's quite the appreciation.
How much a G-Wagon is going to go for at that point? Then 350.
Well, yes. Not for now, but in the future they will.
The 2-week is firing off the setup on the HBDR right now, where we came back fully reset on our volatility at 0%, and now we're expanding. We're at 37% on the volatility, and the momentum is also at 37%, 37.21%. Momentum is about to enter the bullish control zone right here as well. So that improves our likelihood that we're probably going to hit at the very least at 61.8% at the low $90,000 area. I'm much more comfortable talking about low $90,000 than I am anything over 100K.
It's the line in the sand, dude. It's the line in the sand.
5-day right now is not exactly corrective because it just opened, but it's getting a little bit of a pullback, which is expected right now. We're finding support at this top 38.2%, which the setup is, since we close over the 38.2%, we should be getting expansion from there. That would be the breakout area. We close over it right here. So as long as we're holding this 38.2%, which is at $74,955, let's say $75,000, as long as that area is holding, our probabilities are that we're going to come up towards this 78.6%. Same area as before, $91,800, $92,000 roughly. Sometime today. There we go. Ding!
There we go.
So on our previous 2-day candle, we closed over this strongly over the 38.2%, and we closed over the 50%. While our HBR momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone, and volatility is flipping into well over positive areas from 0% volatility. So that's giving us the probability of at the very least going towards this 78.6, which is already in that low $80,000 area, which I firmly believe $80,000 is going to come next and relatively soon. The daily also closed 2 closures over this 38.2%. So as of right now, if we do get a pullback, I would expect us to come back down towards this top 38.2% at 76,300, which as of this moment, our low candle is 76,250. So we've basically touched it almost exactly. And we're getting support from there so far where we flip back green. As long as that's holding, I would say that we're probably going to come up towards that 78.6%, which also $83,000. And our momentum is starting to flip back up. The first time around, it rejected the bullish control zone and it flipped down. Now, not this time around. Whenever it goes back into the bullish control zone, it's going to stay there for a good amount of time, like it did over here, where we were in the bullish control zone from September all the way until 16th of September until 27th of September. We were there for 11 days. This time around, we were there from 11th of October until 22nd of October. And very interesting, another 11 days. nice relationship. So possibly we can, after once we enter this bullish control zone again, we could be there for another maybe 11 to 14 days. That would tell us that the next 2 weeks should be quite up only and quite bullish.
Well, holy balls.
On spot, it's a little different. Spot is giving us a back test of that median, and then our statistical move would be towards that 38.2%, which right now is also at $81,800, so $82,000. With our momentum about to break back into the bullish control zone and volatility expanding from extreme lows. Swiss Tether, 2 week first. The 2 week is just about to close over the median, and that gives us last time we closed over the median on the 2 week on spot price action. Hamas setup, October of 2023. That takes us to whenever we closed over the median for the Hamas setup, we went straight towards this top 38.2%. We rejected it and we moved down about 21% after we hit the top 38.2%. The top 38.2% right now is at $94,300. So if we were to hit that, correct 21% from there, that brings us right back down to our previous all-time highs. Is that not very interesting? At $74,000, previous all-time highs. So we go up to hit the 90s, front run 100K a little bit, get a major wick down to the 21% to the downside, comes back to our previous all-time highs right here, gets bought back up, and then from there we go straight to like 110 to 120. That'd be the most Bitcoin-like move ever. Go back to the monthly and then switch to Tether. Tether right now on the opposite hand is getting a fresh breakdown on the monthly, where we've rejected and closed below the bottom 38.2%. Now we're getting a very expansive move to the downside, and we're about to lose this 55 EMA. If we lose the 55 EMA, usually we end up going down towards this 100. And the 100 right now is basically below our lows from March of 2024 when Bitcoin was hitting 70s previously. And it would take us a lot lower, down to 3.27%. That would be this much lower than we were back when we were hitting $70,000 in March. About 13% lower than that. And how much lower than we are now? About 33% lower than we are now. So that would be a quite significant pump on Bitcoin. At the very least, taking us into the mid to low 80s.
20 grand.
Yeah, probably into the $80s to $90,000 area. That this move on Tether is probably going to take Bitcoin to. Our momentum is rejecting getting out of the negative area. It went right up to the edge of the positive at 0, started flipping back down, and now it's re-entering the bearish control zone. So on this move in February and March, whenever Bitcoin is hitting all-time highs, Tether dominance was at the extreme lows on the bearish control zone. So we had to flip up from there. And that's when Bitcoin started chopping around for several months, and we went down to $48,000, $49,000. Tether made a lower high when Bitcoin was doing that, when Bitcoin made a higher low. Now it's flipping freshly back down into the bearish control zone. The last time we flipped freshly into the bearish control zone was in the Hamas setup of October of 2023. Quarterly is rejecting the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA every single time. And what's pretty sad on the quarterly is that we could not even tap this 78.6%. We stayed at extreme lows on Tether, which if you were to look at this chart instead of the Bitcoin chart, it would have gave you more of a bias that crypto is a lot more bullish than people think, because Tether is bearish as fuck, that it couldn't even get out of the extreme areas on the HPDR ranges. We've tapped the 100% range. Then we ended up finding our next lower high at the 88.3. The 88.3 is also a very extreme level from there, because with the 88.3, you only have an 11.7% chance of not closing above it. And the fact that we did not close above it and we sided with the 11.7% chance tells us that crypto was very bullish. The 2 week right now it's also losing the blue 38.2% zone, rejecting it, and now we're moving down. If we close below the 61.8%, which is also this meme line right here at 4.73 to 4.67%, that's going to take us down to an easy move down towards this bottom meme line. But because of our monthly setup, which was the losing the 55, we're likely not going to stop at this bottom meme line at 3.98%. We're probably going down towards this 200 SMA, which lines up with our monthly 100 at 3.54%. The weekly is also about to lose this blue 38.2% zone. And we're kind of brushing at this 50% right now, which is at 4.85%. Our monthly, our weekly HPDR momentum is about to re-enter the bearish control zone, and volatility is flipping back up to support it. So that would take us very likely towards this bottom meme line at that same 3.98% number. But because we'd be losing our major moving averages on the 2-week and the monthly, this area probably doesn't hold. We probably come back down towards this. I believe this is the 97.5%. That's taking us to, what do you know, that same 200 SMA and 100 EMA target of that mid 3% area. Go down to the lower time frames. The 2-day just freshly closed under the 50% and the 38.2%. We're brushing up against the 61.8. But our momentum is breaking well into the bearish control zone, and volatility is breaking into pretty highs on the volatility. Now we're at 62%. So that's telling us this volatility move to the downside is confirmed as not corrective, and that we should be looking for lower. Usually, where do we like to bottom out on this? Somewhere around that 61.8%, which we found our local bottom as of this moment. If we lose this area, the 61.8%, and we close below it at 4.87%, we're likely going to come back down once again towards that bottom meme line at 3.98%. And then our higher time frames are going to take over, and we're going to go down towards the mid 3% number. Daily has now closed below that 61.8%, while our momentum is breaking even lower into the bearish control zone on the daily, and volatility is supporting it. Let's see, last time we closed below 61.8%. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. I can't find a time that we've closed below the 61.8%. Right here? Yeah, right here. In July of 2024, we closed below it, and then we went down another. That was right before Trump got shot. Another 3%. That wasn't too bad. We lost it over here, and then we went down. This was in May of 2024. Another almost 9%. Let's see how much we went down, where we closed below on the Hamas setup. In January, I'm sorry?
It's such a good reference, the
Right?
Hamas setup. Yeah, it really is.
I'm always going to call it that, and people are going to think that I'm fucked in the head and special.
Just making things simple, dude. That's what happens. That's what happened then. It's called the Hamas setup, and it's also explosive to the upside. What do you want me to do?
So explosive. So on the January, whenever we went down, we went from the 40s to our current our previous all-time highs on Bitcoin at like 74K. We closed below the 61.8%. Then we dumped about 32%. Where's our beautiful Hamas setup?
Almost there.
Here we are. Closed below the 61. We closed heavily below the 61.8% then. 23.69%. Beautiful.
Beautiful confluence.
We're getting that same thing right now where we're below the 61.8%. We're back testing it and rejecting it. So within the next week or two, if this is going to be the Hamas setup, we should expect some significant downside moves, like at least 20% to the downside from here. This is going to be another Hamas setup, which a lot of our other setups are telling us this probably is going to be a Hamas setup. 20% to the downside brings us 21, 23%, right around that mid 3% number that we were looking at from our 200 SMA and our 100 EMA. Whenever all of these timeframes are giving me the same exact numbers or very similar numbers, got to keep in mind something to remember.
Yeah.
Or the momentum chart. Sorry, P. Diddy, it's not your time yet.
Or is it?
Stay in jail for now. The monthly right now is bouncing at the edge of the bullish critical zone, and we're entering extreme lows on our volatility. We're at 13%. We're going to flip up as long as we're closing above $68,205, which we're about like $7,000, $7,600 over that right now. Quite a big amount. It's like more than 10%. And that happens, this flips up. This volatility is going to start expanding from very, very extreme lows. And the volatility expansion from this low level has rarely ever happens on Bitcoin's history. The last time it ever happened that we expanded from these levels on volatility was, you've guessed it, the Hamas setup right here.
Bam.
And at that point, we were also bouncing at the same exact area, right at the edge of the bullish critical zone. So we're getting everything lining up with that same Hamas setup that we got back then for a move of 173.5%. I'm not saying that's going to happen this time around. I would say even if we got a 50% move from here, I would be grateful for that. But I would be prepared for some type of move like that set up in October. 2 week as of this moment is about to start firing off. It's a volatility versus momentum setup, where volatility went down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of zero volatility. So 10 weeks of zero volatility. You look back on Bitcoin's history. We've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last time we've had 5 periods of low volatility, Hamas set up October of 2023.
Isn't that insane?
Right? So many different, like from different setups with different indicators are all giving us the same setup. And that time around, we went to 78% on volatility. Since we're coming back down to 0% for that same amount of periods, there's a decent chance that we could go above 78%. And that would be the scenario where we go towards those crazy upper $100,000 numbers. If we top out around 78% like we did last time, that would give us more probabilities that we top in the $90,000 area. Have we ever hit those highs? Yeah, we've hit some around like high 80s before on volatility. That was in our move in spring of 2021, whenever Bitcoin hit 65K. We did it on the 2017 rally as well, whenever we hit around $20,000. Happened in 2013, 87%. So basically, the top of every one of our previous bull markets, we've hit these extremes on the volatility. But steadily, volatility has been going down. As we get more and more price action, we've been going down in volatility. And it does make sense, because as we're getting more price action, the market cap of Bitcoin is rising. So the higher the market cap, the less volatile it's going to be naturally.
Indeed, sir.
The weekly is already firing off our volatility versus momentum setup, where we went down to 0% volatility. We started expanding above it. Now we're at 32%. And momentum is going to be to the upside as long as we're above $69,300, basically. And we started expanding on our volatility right here. So if we apply our average move from there, 35%.
Oh boy.
What do you know? $93,900, $94,000. That $92,000 to $95,000 number keeps showing back up. 5 days also going to give us the setup. 5-day expanding volatility, but we're significantly higher on our volatility in the 5-day, which is more of a confirmed setup. That puts us at 47.22% on volatility, while momentum is going to be to the upside as long as we're above $74,350. We started expanding on our volatility right over here. So let's apply 35% from here. Very interesting. $92,500.
Yep.
Trying it from every which way, and we're still getting $95,000. 2-day volatility is freshly expanding. We didn't go to extreme lows, but we went all the way down to like 25%. And our momentum is about to flip back up after touching the edge of the bullish critical zone. Pivot is currently $76,000, let's say $100. We know our setup for the 2-day though is not quite as high as the 5-day and the monthly, but it is still pretty high. I believe it's somewhere around like 20% or so. We started expanding right after this candle.
Still
very interesting. $92,500. And daily is about to flip back up. It's already flipped back up, and it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone too. And our pivot is $71,280 roughly. So let's do it from here whenever we started flipping up, and apply another 15 to 20% for the average move. 15% brings us to about $87,000. 20% takes us to just at $91,000. Very nice. And we're still at only 75% on our volatility. This thing goes up to the high 90s, close to 100% on our volatility. So that would be, and sometimes like in our setup, or the Hamas setup, where we hit previous all-time highs, we were at 100% volatility for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. A whole week we were at 100% volatility. So if we are going to get the Hamas setup, like many other things are telling us that we're going to get, we're probably going to stay at that 100% for a good couple of days, which would be enough for us to get to $92,000, maybe even $94,000, $95,000. Switch to the momentum chart on Tether. That's going to give us the exact opposite. Tether is going to, on the monthly, to very, very extreme lows on volatility. We're currently at 18%. On this next monthly open, we're going to be below that, and we're going to start to expand. And this number is going to very likely go up as well. Right now, it's 4.55% to turn momentum down. But we're about to, whenever we go up from here, we're currently within the bearish control zone. So it's going to be, it's easier for bulls to flip back momentum when we're this low, versus whenever we go up a little bit and we tag this middle area, then it's going to be significantly harder for bulls to keep momentum up. This number is going to go up probably a good amount, probably going to be below where current price is right now. And this is just going to make another lower high in a series of lower highs in stochastic momentum. Our first high was in January of 2023. Our next high was right before the Hamas setup in September of 2023. And then our next lower high is going to be basically right now. And every single time we make a lower high, we get a significant dump on Tether. Two-week is already at extreme lows in volatility. We're at 9.92%. And momentum is freshly down as long as we're projecting the bullish control zone as well, as long as we're below 6.06%, which is a pretty big move from here. Whenever you see the pivot so much higher than current price, it tells you it's even more bearish than if it was just below the pivot. 6.06% is currently 25% higher than current price action right now. So kind of unlikely that we're going to hit that before this closure in 9 days, 9 hours.
What a shame.
Right? Personally, like, as much as I love crypto, I like to see the entertaining scenario happen more. So I would kind of like to see it not hit 100K and just fucking nuke from there.
Oh yeah, and also the other another super annoying scenario would be Bitcoin just like goes between 69,000 and this price, and it doesn't do anything else for like 6 months.
That'd be even more entertaining. 69,000 to 76,900 420.
Yeah, for like fucking literally 6 months, just go sideways while everyone is like, "Where's the 100,000?"
Everybody gets really bored. Then Elon announces again, "Hey fellas, we're accepting Bitcoins again for Teslas."
And balls.
Oh, weren't they already accepting that? I've heard. I've had a lot of people, including Cole, tell me that Tesla drivers are gay, so they usually give them the balls before.
It's true. We are. We all are.
I love that dude. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he's the man.
We went down on our volatility on the weekly to extreme lows, and now we're getting expansion. We went all the way down to 9.5%, right below 10%. We're getting expansion. We're at 20% now. So we are getting a setup firing off on the weekly. And our momentum is going to be to the downside as long as we're below 5.49%. We started expanding right over here, right after this candle. So we can apply that move from there. If we were to do roughly on the same as Bitcoin and put a 30% move to the downside from there, that puts us, what do you know, mid threes.
Low. Yeah.
And if you do it 35%, that puts us at that 100 EMA on the monthly. Very nice to see the same numbers come up from completely different indicators. 5-day currently, we are getting a setup. We went down to, 11.5% or 10% on volatility. Now we're at 30%. The pivot is going to be down as long as we're below 4.98%. And we're breaking into the bearish critical zone on stochastic momentum on the 5-day. And we're getting not only a silver cross to the downside, but a fucking powerful ass silver cross where the 9, the 21, and the 55 are all bunched up together right here. They're like a British cigarette. I'm not going to say that word because I don't want us to get canceled. And now
you can't. That is a word that's still not allowed. Retard, it's still like getting everywhere. But like the other one.
Hey, but you guys know what the word is.
Oh yeah, I was at the beach yesterday with Belen, and I was making a joke about it, and I just said, "This is gonna be like as if I was the cigarette word." And like, dude, swear to God, turn around, and there was a mega gay guy walking towards us. I 100% know he heard me, and he like turned around and just walked the fuck back to wherever he was coming from. It was so embarrassing. I was just making a joke though.
You should have brought the South Park line, like, "Sir, do you have a Harley Davidson? Do you like to drive it up and down the neighborhood at 6 in the morning?"
Then you're not that. Yeah, then you're not that. But that's exactly what. By the way, that's exactly what I was talking about with Belen. Oh, God damn it!
What did she say?
She was dying laughing. I mean, it's stupid. Like you're not meaning anything bad, and also she loves South Park. So
that's surprising. I thought she would have given you shit for that.
Yeah, no, she doesn't give a shit.
On the fight, yeah. So we had that silver cross. Last time we got a silver cross to the downside on Tether dominance was the Hamas setup. What do you know?
No.
Really somebody better call our greatest ally and tell them that the setup is coming back. 2 days is currently giving us a silver cross to the downside as well. They were not as closely bunched up together on the 2 day as they were on the 5 day, but it's still nonetheless a silver cross to the downside, and we're rejecting this 9 EMA. Last time we got a silver cross to the downside on the 2 week was, what do you know? The Hamas setup.
Oh my God. We need to patent the Hamas setup.
And then we get sued by the actual Hamas.
Hamas is like, we created the setup specifically for the crypto profits. This is not for you.
We got a silver cross to the downside on October of 2024. And ever since we got it, we've been rejecting this 55 EMA. 55 has been point of rejection. We've made lower highs off of that. Now we're getting expansion towards the downside. This low 4.5% mean line, this seems inevitable. It seems like a magnet. And we're getting extreme expansion from extreme lows on volatility, 2 periods of 0%. Now we're at 71%. We rejected getting into the bullish control zone, and now our pivot is down as long as we're below 5.27%. 4 hours spent multiple periods at extreme lows, extreme highs on our volatility whenever we were getting that move after the election results were announced, and we just went literally up only. As of right now, we're getting contraction on volatility. And what the bears really like to see for Tether and bulls for crypto is that we're getting a very strong contraction of volatility, but we're getting basically zero mean reversion bounce. If anything, we're just making lower lows. You would expect to see a mean reversion after volatility extremes like that. And we are currently up on our momentum. Momentum is up as long as we're above 4.8%, but we're not doing anything. We're not making any type of higher lows. We're not making any higher highs. We're just making lower lows, which is a very, very bearish thing to see. Because once this volatility goes back down to these low levels, and we're still like this, we're going to nuke again. Almost certainly we're going to nuke again.
So the next volatility expansion would go into a further move into the same direction?
Yeah, as long as we're below this 9 EMA, statistics are that whenever volatility expands again, we're going to get another massive move to the downside, which would coincide with another God candle on Bitcoin. That's the one that probably takes us well over 80K.
Yeah.
And since this is a 4 hour, this is probably going to take like maybe a week, 2 weeks max to play out. And the what we were looking at before, somewhere around the next 11 to 14 days before we get our move on Bitcoin. So from the lower time frames all the way up to the higher time frames, it's looking extremely bullish. It's looking, maybe we get a little bit of a correction down to that top 38.2% on our weekly and 2 week on Bitcoin, but I wouldn't look for anywhere lower than that. I would look at that as an opportunity. And I would say within the next 2 weeks, we're probably going to hit somewhere around the 80s. And the lower time frames are kind of giving us the same idea as well, where our momentum and volatility oscillators are starting to reset after the extreme move from the election. And it's looking like we're getting ready to make another pretty big move and leave everybody else on the sidelines.
Fucking incredible. Let's get another move and get me on the sidelines, everybody. Fuck me. All right, Alex. All you.
Yeah. So, I mean, Karin basically hit everything. But I do think that, right now, Bitcoin's just in that up only posturing. And like, so if you're not positioned, it'd be kind of haram to start positioning in the zone. And that's why for me, it's really simple. I was talking about this on the Discord, I think yesterday. For me, with HBDR confluence mixing with the previous all-time high, it would make sense to eventually actually come back down to 73,500 to 73,600. To me, that's major support now. And we just want Bitcoin to actually backtest that. We were waiting for this yesterday, but we can see bulls basically front run that. And what that tells me is, the buying pressure on Bitcoin is extremely real. And when you're getting these volatility setups, like we mentioned here on the weekly, we're basically getting extremely low volatility, and now we're expanding above 15% healthily. Generally speaking, with these bigger, higher time frame setups, you generally don't get major pullbacks, and that's why for me, I'm not really on the camp that we're gonna have like a major downside on Bitcoin. But I do think, obviously, especially when this weekly closes in 2 days, it would make a lot of sense for this weekly to come and actually test this 73,500. For me, that could be an opportunity, assuming it holds, and it would make a lot of sense. It's in super bullish uptrending markets. It's very simply put, that's what happens. We just SR flip the most previous all-time high into support. We've seen stocks that have gone kind of up only do that, and even gold. So that's kind of what I would be waiting for Bitcoin. But when you're getting volatility setups starting to fire off, and they are, and you've been in this multi-month range in consolidation, a pullback is nothing more than opium, in my opinion. And, even despite us being at 76,400, I don't think that we're going to stop quite yet. Especially with how the 2-day looks. We see that 50% perfectly lining up with that previous market cycle high. If we move that, just drawing I had, you can see here, coming back down again, just solidifies that this could be a major opportunity, and it's very to the book, the trade. You wouldn't want to long here because you run the risk of us actually backtesting, major resistance now into support for actually a chance up to that 80. I have basically 81 to 86K. I personally think that's kind of where Bitcoin's going to find major resistance. And I'm basing that simply kind of off of where this 5 day is. I want to see where this closes in 2 days. It would be interesting to see these actually step down. Now they've been stepping up, which is bullish, because it theoretically means we can obviously go higher, and it moves the statistical odds up for bulls. But it will be interesting to see if this can step down and match more of that 83 to 82. Because as we go on the daily, we see, the 95% is right at $85,000. There's not really much of a chance to go past that unless, this does end up moving up. And we also see that 50% again lining up perfectly with that previous cycle high. I would personally want to get at least a test, but with volatility expanding, that's just hopium, and there's not really anything telling us that we need to go down. We had some economic data yesterday. The market really digested well. We had the presidential election, which basically what sparked this rally. If we move the HBDR, it was actually pretty simple. If you guys watched the EMA 9, this was telling me here we were heavily under massive resistance. It wasn't until right when the states were starting to actually talk about, like, certain states were giving their results when Trump was leading. We saw that daily EMA 9 get reclaimed. On top of that, though, we also, got a daily closure back above 69K. So, we're closing back above 69,000, but also we reclaimed that daily 9. And we can just see the reaction there was pretty nice. Bitcoin's still in an uptrend. And that is something that, on this chart, we were talking about pretty heavily is the weekly uptrend. And this is why it's always important. Once we broke, essentially, this was the last major lower high. Once we broke that, and I'll move this to red, the trend was up. And we can just see Bitcoin was in that higher low to higher high posturing the entire time. That's why it's really key, when we talk about this, that the trend is our friend. And this can help us have more of at least put away the curtains, look really at the truth, at the bigger picture, and understand that, during this kind of choppiness but up, Bitcoin was still putting in a bullish posturing while still nicely holding the EMA 9 on the weekly. And that kind of was giving me that bias that once we start seeing that volatility expand, because keep in mind, this weekly here has never had this lowest of zero volatility in the history of Bitcoin. Even when we're referring to the Hamas setup here, we didn't ever have that low volatility right around here. And so technically speaking, this move definitely can be a lot more than even what we saw back in October. But I really have to like zoom out and ask myself, is it really just going to be that easy? Like Trump wins, we're just going to go up to 80 to 90,000, possibly even 100K, minimal pullbacks, bulls get a free ride, shorts get screwed. And in my experience, it never is that easy. I don't think Bitcoin's looking bearish here. We want to see kind of, what's the reaction in the lower time frames. If we go to a 4 hour, bulls essentially just want to keep holding that 9. That 4 hour EMA 9 has been supporting price this entire time. It's been very, very basic. If you bid the 4 hour EMA 9, you would be at least somewhat profitable. But with these levels tested here and what we see with the HVDR, I just want everyone to be aware that that's kind of what I'm watching. I'm not positioned. After that daily 9 got reclaimed, I sold my long way too early. And that's kind of what the choppy environment will do to you, where you just kind of get complacent with trades and you think, the range is going to hold. But then when we get a breakout, it's like we don't kind of stop because people like me want to get positioned. So for me, in real layman terms, I'm watching that 50%, that 80%. I think 73,600 is going to be a big spot for Bitcoin. Currently, that's about a 4% move. I'm almost certain. Almost 4% move down. So you have to really ask yourself, if you're like buying this right here in kind of this no man's zone, in my opinion, if we had a 3%, almost 4% move, would you be able to survive that? For me, I think a lot of people are degenerately getting long in this zone. And, we easily from this could easily go back up to 80K. But I just think that Bitcoin is more dirty. And so watching a scenario like this, where you even test the daily 9, hit the 80%, come up, hold it, I think that could give us the move to 80. I obviously can be wrong, but I more like to play it safe always, and that's kind of what I'm watching. We also know on Tether dominancy, we are approaching some major support. So when I see this, it tells me that, okay, the Bitcoin on the 2-day looks like it's really about to move up. It was I think it was on spot. Yeah, it was on spot, the 2-day. When I'm looking at this, I'm like, maybe we're not going to get a pullback, because what we see is we reclaim that 50%. The range has moved up. The 80% is right at 86,300. And with volatility just creeping its head almost to 50%, this easily could just bust up to 80s, which could line up with what I'm seeing with Tether dominance, almost to that 4.69%, a major area we've talked about for a while now. I mean, we've been watching this meme diagonal line. We finally broke down from it. It definitely wasn't the cleanest, but we broke down nevertheless, and we're almost there at 4.69%. Obviously, if we end up going back to that zone, which kind of corresponds with the 80%, Bitcoin can easily go back up and possibly even go to 78, maybe to 80,000 within the next few days. It all will really depend. I'm more in a camp, though, that if we end up getting some kind of big move up to that 78 right here, if we end up getting, move up to like 79,000, I'm going to be looking at that as potentially some resistance, and then maybe we get that scenario where we actually backtest. Bitcoin doesn't need to go immediately and backtest a level. It can take a very long time to do that if it wants. It can even go all the way up, get it more longs, and then come all the way down and just make the crash a lot more harder for late longs, essentially. People will probably start stacking into shorts. Everyone is, I saw everyone's kind of like ready to either call for a top or 100K, and I personally think that it just make a lot of sense. If we end up losing this previous cycle higher at 73,600, then to me we really have to start looking at 70,000, which is a nice psychological number, to that 69,000 zone, that 2021 market cycle high. Obviously, until then though, we have nice support. We're getting supported by the HBDR and a meme line. And momentum's really just beginning to fire off, especially on the weekly, telling me this move is really fresh. And, even though we're up and we've gone parabolically up, the big trap for shorts, because, I had a lot of bearish friends here trying to short into this. The big trap here was, we'd go up, we'd parabolically break out, and then people essentially thought, there's no way we could keep going higher. we get some kind of rejection candle, shorts ape in, but then we just make the next leg higher. And as long as volatility is, only at 32%, from this point, we're basically right at this level on Bitcoin in terms of like volatility. When it's at like 32% right here, and that's why we have to be really keen to the idea that obviously Bitcoin can hit that 100K move. Do I think personally it's going to happen? I don't know. I mean, when we have the lowest volatility ever recorded on Bitcoin's weekly chart, we have Trump back in office. We have a 2-week setup that we've only had one other time on Bitcoin spot on this chart. It's a big question, 100K or not. I don't think we're going to hit 100K though. I think I agree with Farn more in the sense that it'd be very Bitcoiny to like even come back, hit this, maybe high 90s, maybe mid 80s, and then come back down. And then maybe that's where we get the actual test of that $73,000 level. But until then, I'm more in the posturing of waiting. I don't think aggressively trading this is wise, because we can have big swings up and down, especially when volatility is really hot right now. And we still are kind of just in that zone where if you're not positioned, taking longs in this is kind of a gray zone. You're just better off waiting for an easier invalidation, because at least using a level that we at least flirted with back in the past can at least give us a nice invalidation. Whereas if I long here and we start coming back down, I'm really not going to have anywhere to like have an invalidation, long or short. And that's why if you're not positioned, patience is the name of the game. Wait and watch at 73,600 level. It's basically the previous all-time high, mixed in with that. We're getting many, like the 50% on the 4 hours right there. We're getting on the daily to 80%. So I'd watch that really closely. Bitcoin dominance is looking quite good though. And we're basically right now forming another higher low on the daily. This has been a very simple uptrend with higher highs and now possibly a higher low. We don't want to see 559.23 get broken. And that tells me Bitcoin dominance could easily come back to that EMA 34 and then bounce, and it still wouldn't break that wick low. If we end up breaking that wick low, to me, it's gonna start looking like it's invalidating the uptrend, because this will invalidate the last major higher low, and then I'll be looking at more of a move back to 5.8, 5.86, which could line up with maybe Bitcoin consolidating, maybe going back down, testing that previous cycle high, and maybe certain alts catch a bid. But until then, it still is looking like it's trying to grind out a higher low, exactly what we'd expect, and it's actually flipping this major level right now. If we go to the weekly and turn this off, a lot of colors.
Yeah,
a lot of colors. What we're basically doing now is we see we broke up. We're now testing the major meme line support. And if we're trying to actually get an SR flip right now on Bitcoin dominance, which is telling me if this holds, do you think we're going to go up to that 62.58%, which could line up with Bitcoin hitting that 82 to 85K target that I've had for a while. But we want to see where this holds, because this is going to be an important spot. What we don't want is an SFP here where Bitcoin dominance, especially in the weekly, starts to lose this, retest it, and comes down to that 5.6. Why I'm more in the camp that's not going to happen is just simply because of the trend, A, and B, we have volatility expanding even from extreme lows here. So we have a fresh setup, and it's happening. Obviously, this can come back down and reset, and that could just be it. But the way Bitcoin's looking, the way everything else is looking, stocks and whatnot, yeah, this is looking like it's trying to grind out a higher low on the daily. So I'd be mindful of that. If you're playing alts, Bitcoin dominance is still looking quite good. I'm not interested in alts until this at least starts to look like it's going to come back down to that 5.56.7, if not even just reversing that daily trend. Until then, as long as Bitcoin dominance is looking up, what this basically is telling me is that people want Bitcoin. They're putting their money into Bitcoin. The dominance of Bitcoin is going up, and now it's actually correlating in the spot price. So Bitcoin's looking good. We aren't in a long zone here. And if you're not positioned, just again, watch really closely of that 73,600. I do think that, with volatility, it's not going to be like a move where we're going to come all the way down to here and then go up. And, I don't think that will happen as long as we're above that 73,600. So until then, I'm on the camp. This will happen. we'll start consolidating. Maybe Bitcoin dominance starts to grind up again. And then, this consolidation after going down almost 4% will cause shorts to stack in, thinking they're going to get an easy short like right here. But the issue is we actually are flipping this level. So instead of actually being under and rejecting it, the idea is we're going to base into support. And then I do believe that could take us to 83 to 85. And then personally, I think that Bitcoin will then just be in a consolidation manner for, a few months. And I do think then we can get quote unquote alt season. I don't think it's going to be how people think it's how it used to be back in the day. But I do think certain alts can catch a bid. And that's maybe why we're getting like certain setups like on Sol where, it could easily hit $400. I know CRO is starting to move, which is interesting because CRO was Crypto.com coin was the first coin to start moving before the metaverse coin started to move. And so it's interesting to see. But if alts start catching a bid, that probably ties into Bitcoin consolidating around here. And then we'll just see what happens from there. We're just more in a wait and see approach. It's better to be conservative, and there's a lot of FOMO, a lot of emotions. People think they're missing out, and there's always another trade. And just be really keen to this level here. If we start losing and deviating this level, I'm going to be slightly concerned. I want this to hold. And if we start losing it, then maybe we can actually come back down to here. And then all eyes on this last higher low. And then, that's we'll just pray and see if bulls hold it. If not, then if we start breaking the $67,400 level on Bitcoin, and especially closed dailies under that, I'm going to be very cautious at the fact that, we possibly could be topping out. And remember, things look most bullish at the top. Tops are hard to catch because of that. It's never like the most obvious thing where, things are toppy, everyone caught it, now we're just all short. No, it's like, I remember back in, 2021, beginning of 2022, and, Bitcoin was looking quite good. Everyone was calling for 100K. Everyone was balls deep into alts. And then Bitcoin just kind of made a new high and then fizzled out. Now, obviously, with the setups we have with volatility, it's very different environments, but it's still something I'm watching closely. I don't want to be max longing Bitcoin at 76,000 when we know we have a major psychological level at 80K. And then, when viewing the daily here, it's like going that 95%, assuming these don't move, which they will, but assuming they don't, it's like 95% is only at 85,000 now. So, there's not really that much more we could go up unless these start moving up. And that's why I'm just on the camp of waiting, being cautious. I'm not giving longs out on Bitcoin here. I don't think it's wise. I want to wait for my level at 73,600 because there I can at least have some invalidation. Whereas if I long here, I'm just hoping we're going to go to 80K. And usually those type of trades end up hurting the most. So I'm personally waiting. I'm watching stocks right now in Forex while Bitcoin does its crazy thing. And I'm keeping an eye on certain alts. I do think that if Bitcoin dominance starts to at least come down, maybe a little more, maybe Bitcoin goes to 83, starts consolidating, maybe kind of like goes there and consolidates for a few months. I do think alts can move. And then the question is, are we going to kind of do the playbook like in 2021, right before Bitcoin topped? We had major like metaverse coins pump. We had gaming coins go parabolic. We had Sandbox go, I think 20x, and Solana going up crazy, AVAX and Phantom. Maybe, I don't know. I don't dabble in that shit, but it's something I'm asking myself because there's always an opportunity in this market. But right now I don't see an opportunity in Bitcoin rather than waiting. And if you're pre-positioned right at that daily MA9 reclaim, then you're holding a beautiful position and stops break even and ride that to, 77, 78, 80Ks. But yeah, Bitcoin's looking good, and I'm happy Trump won. Markets are reacting nicely. I think Jerome Powell is even going to finish his term, so we're not going to get any black swan event from that. It seems like it's in easy mode right now. Markets are in easy mode. And my experience back in the Hamas setup, you lose a lot of money when you're trying to fight the easy mode of the market, because it's like you start using this logic of there's no way we'll just go to 73,600 SR flip and go to 90K, and then that's what happens. So I'm not max bearish. I'm not max bullish. I'm very cautious. I just want 73,600 to get tested. Prove to me it's flipped into support. And then I do believe we can easily go to 83s to 87s. There, I think, like Farn mentioned, we're going to catch some nice resistance there. It's not going to be an easy move to 100K. So many people want to sell right at that, almost 800K. I don't know if Bitcoin's going to let them. That's kind of it. It's crazy to see it. And the 2 weeks still hasn't fired off, which is telling me that, despite all this volatility and the fact that we're almost at 80K, the 2 week, once it does fire off, could just give a whole other setup within itself. And once that does fire up, it's like, over 30%. So
I think for alt season to hit, we're going to need a DeFi sort of play to expand. And why do I say that? Because in 2020 and before 2020, and it started 2018, 2019, on Ethereum, they came out with the NFTs. And then people started speculating like crazy about NFTs, started building on that environment. That's when the metaverse and everything came out. Like, it wasn't just like people saying these coins are going to go to 100. There was a whole lot of things that were being built and being presented to people saying, look at all this shit. This is going to be the future. And I feel like a lot of people are stuck in that right now. And without a narrative or without anything, not even the narrative, there's nothing being built on anything. Everything's being built so far, and there's nothing new right now that we haven't seen. So
no, and I agree with you. These alts are very narrative driven. Like, I think even during that, like I mentioned, when the gaming coins were going up, I do think that's when like Facebook changed their name to Meta. It was kind of that metaverse kind of vibe. But now I think the narrative could be, we have a president who literally owns a shitcoin. And so, possibly the new narrative could be regulation in favor of shitcoins, altcoins that we haven't really had. And that kind of could spark the pump. Because I remember, I think it was Robinhood got a Wells notice or something happened where they essentially were listing, these AVAX and certain coins that we all know, they had to delist them, and then alts dumped like 30% that night. I remember.
Did you hear who's going to replace Gensler? It's the former chief lawyer for Robinhood.
Oh, really?
No.
Yep. Because he's an advisor for Trump. He's going to replace Gensler.
I feel like that could be the narrative in like the future.
Could be.
Not now, but I do think like that is what could maybe drive alts to go up more. Because they've kind of been in a gray zone. We don't know the legality of it, the regulations of it. But now with Trump even owning his own shitcoin on a DeFi too, it just tells me that, that could be a whole thing. But, until then, alts aren't giving me anything. This is a Bitcoin-driven rally. Even Solana, ETH right now is at resistance. I'd just be very careful of that. Watch the level I mentioned. It's a very easy level, which gives us confidence with HBDR. And if that holds, then that's the easy long. Obviously, don't 30x balls deep long there, but a little nibble right there would make sense.
The narrative where the market is probably going to top is when people start talking about Solana flipping Ethereum. That's when we're probably going to be close to a market top.
Can't be like that far. I already hear people talking about that.
Yeah,
last time around they were talking about Ethereum flipping Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. The flippening, the famous flippening that never came.
Never came.
Well, I did.
Did you see Coinbase yesterday? It was like insane because it's a funny trade because like Bitcoin's making new all-time highs. Coinbase was like 80% away before it pumped 30% from its all-time high, 90%, and then shit just God candled. Everyone caught on.
We said right here the biggest opportunity on the charts was on Coinbase. Like we did it right fucking here. And we told everybody that's because everything was pumping. Why was Coinbase not pumping? So actually the next stock, whoever wants to do it, we have two, Dutch Bros and Coinbase. So you guys pick it and I'll share my screen with everyone and do the little Bitcoin analysis, just a little analysis.
Would you prefer to do Coinbase or me?
I'll do Coinbase.
All right, I'll do Dutch Bros.
Okay. Thank you, boys.
Yeah.
Vale, pues, estamos viendo Bitcoin. Yo creo que vamos a empezar con todo esto acá. Este es un rally completamente de Bitcoin. Lo de los altcoins, todo eso tenemos que esperar hasta que veamos la dominancia de Bitcoin caer. La dominancia de Bitcoin trae fuerza, por más que se esté doblando en este momento. Está creando nuevos altos, lo pueden ver acá. Déjenme simplemente expando en esto. y estamos en la diaria, pero en la semanal los voy a poner acá, vean, para que tengan una buena fotografía de dónde está parado esto, y nuestro siguiente parada son los 62.31. Estás muy por encima del 9, muy por encima del 21. Estás la dominancia de Bitcoin en 59.72%. Y esto quiere decir que Bitcoin es el que está mandando en este rally. No las altcoins, no hay ningún otro, ninguna cosa alternativa, etcétera. ¿Dónde empezamos a buscar oportunidades si es que barremos estos mínimos de por acá? Si venimos a barrer este mínimo en los 55.9, hasta, bueno, entre los 56.6 a los 55.9 para abajo, esto nos diría que probablemente podamos empezar a voltear a ver a otros sectores en el mercado de cripto, pero por ahora esto es un rally completamente de Bitcoin en todas las temporalidades, no importa cómo lo veas. USDT, podemos ver el breakdown por fin, sobre todo en la semanal. Tenemos esta línea alcista donde estábamos creando mínimos más altos, lo rompimos y empezamos a crear nuevos mínimos, y ahora vamos a ir a buscar estos en el 4.68%. De acuerdo a todos nuestros setups y todo lo que hemos estado viendo con la volatilidad expandiendo y el movimiento para abajo y solamente expandiendo desde el 20%, ¿qué te dice eso? Cuando la volatilidad expande, recuerda, arriba del 15%, te está diciendo que el movimiento, ya sea para arriba o para abajo del precio, va a dar continuación. Entonces, si estás viendo que el precio se está moviendo para abajo y estás viendo que la volatilidad va para arriba, esto te quiere decir que esto va a ser fácil de empujar para abajo. Nuestro objetivo en esto a largo plazo, probablemente en los siguientes 2 meses, es más o menos el 3.5, que nos llevaría abajo de esta estructura por completo a estos niveles de por acá, más o menos. Y eso pondría a Bitcoin en un 30% más arriba de donde está, entre un 20 y un 30% más arriba de donde está. Vamos a ver si se da, pero por ahora la dominancia de Tether nos está apoyando lo que estamos viendo en la tabla de Bitcoin. Y entrando a la tabla de Bitcoin, yo creo que esta es la cosa más divina. En todos los setups, todo lo que vimos, volatilidad y momentum, porque lo pueden ver acá. Venimos cero volatilidad, expansión de volatilidad junto con expansión de precio. Lo ven acá en la semanal. En la diaria, volatilidad en cero, expansión de volatilidad, lo mismo con el precio. En la de 2 semanas, venimos, este va a ser el setup más fuerte de todos. Este es un setup literalmente como el de jamás, que es un setup explosivo para todos ustedes que se están preguntando. Otro setup explosivo se está a punto de dar acá cuando la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas llegue al 15%. Y recuerden que esta tabla va a tomar bastante tiempo en ser vista en el gráfico, por lo que todavía este movimiento tiene tiempo de continuar. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual para ver si en la mensual también vemos eso. En la mensual podemos ver cómo la volatilidad está reseteándose en el 15% para continuar su siguiente movimiento. Y en la trimestral estamos viendo la volatilidad expander desde este nivel del punto de jamás y continúa hacia arriba junto con el precio. Lo pueden ver todo por acá. Estábamos cuando el setup se empezó a dar, octubre del 2023, y ahorita estamos acá en los 76.600 y cacho. Vale, vamos a ver Bitcoin más de cerca para todos ustedes. Vamos a eliminar el factor volatilidad y momentum. Ya lo vieron todo, porque todo esto nos dice que va a haber continuación de movimiento y que lleva fuerza. Lo que nosotros pensamos, y justamente ahorita van a ver el video de Emprendeduros, todos ustedes que vean Emprendeduros, platiqué ayer de que justamente lo que habla Alex, el punto más importante para Bitcoin, ¿quieres entrar en un trade de Bitcoin chido? Personalmente, y esto es lo que dijo Alex, lo que nosotros creemos es que esta zona tiene bastante riesgo. ¿Dónde no tendrías tanto riesgo y tendría sentido? En justamente esta zona, en la de los 73.606. ¿Por qué? Porque ese es el alto histórico. Lo que normalmente pasa en este tipo de ciclos es, tienes al precio acá, baja y se apoya, vuelve, convierte la resistencia que era antes en soporte, y el precio da continuación después de eso. Por ahorita, meterte en los 76.365 long sería un error, porque puede tranquilamente corregir esta zona. Claro que puede seguir continuando, y es por eso que es riesgoso este trade en este momento, porque si hay continuación en este momento, va a haber mucha gente acá que esté haciendo un short. Y la gente que haga el long va a entrar y va a decir, a huevo, va a llegar cerca de los 80,000, vale, ya nos vamos a los 100,000 y ahí probablemente te tire de vuelta, porque recuerda que los 80,000 son un nivel psicológico importante para todos. Ese es un número que no hemos visto en Bitcoin todavía y va a tomar trabajo poder tomar ese nivel. Voy a ponerlo aquí arriba en los 80,000. Por ahora, ¿cuál sería la jugada perfecta? Pensamos nosotros que si Bitcoin llega a caer acá a los 73,606, aguanta y podemos ver que la volatilidad nos está dando continuación en esto, esperaríamos que esto nos lleve al siguiente nivel. Lo que nos cuesta trabajo ver es que podamos bajar hasta esta zona donde está el promedio de las 9 o el del 21. Más que puede ser un wicazo, por supuesto, ya sabes que te hace el rápido, ¿no? Pero además de que pueda ser un wicazo, esto cuesta trabajo simplemente por eso, por lo que platicamos antes. Quieres convertir esto en absoluto soporte. Ahora, ¿dónde te dice el precio que todo valió, Berta, si pierdes este mínimo de acá? Puedes decir cualquier, puede ser el argumento. ¿Cuál quieres perder? ¿Pierdes este o este mínimo? Esto probablemente está cocinado y tenemos que decir que vimos ya el tope y nos vemos. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando Bitcoin se mantenga arriba de los 73,606, todo continúe de lado, seguimos pensando que el movimiento va a continuar expandiendo a la alza. Eso es lo que nosotros pensamos, es lo que estamos viendo con la dominancia de Tether, es lo que estamos viendo con la dominancia de Bitcoin, básicamente todo dándonos las señales de que esto va a reventar a la alza. Y ahora, para toda la gente esperando un mercado alcista idéntico de altcoins, va a ser muy diferente al pasado. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. En el 2018-19 fue cuando los NFTs empezaron a salir, se creó todo ese entorno, se crearon los metaversos, se crearon diferentes programas. No nada más eran monedas que iban a romper como las meme coins, eran literalmente proyectos. Puede que no hayan pegado, pero había proyectos y había esperanza en esos proyectos. Vamos a tener que ver cuál va a ser la narrativa de esto para ese tipo de movimientos, pero no esperes que todo esto sea idéntico. Por ahora, esto no es un mercado de alts, es un mercado de Bitcoin y tenemos que ver exactamente a dónde nos lleva Bitcoin en estos rangos en los que está jugando ahora. No perder los 73,606 si somos alcistas y si somos bajistas queremos ver barrer estos 65,000 que también coincide donde está el promedio de la 100 y si podemos hacer eso, yo diría que este pollo se coció y estamos listos para lo que sigue. All righty, boys, we're ready for whatever the hell is next.
I will do Dutch Bros and then we can do Coinbase after that.
Okay.
Alex just did Bitcoin.
Which is Bros. Do I have it here? We used to have it here.
I had to put little Fibonacci in timeout because he kept coming around and biting my legs.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, he's being naughty lately. I think we're experiencing the terrible twos. Honestly.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's at that age when, like, for example, a dog starts eating everyone's shoes.
Yeah, this cat's just clawing at our feet.
This dude better calm down or he might wake up one day missing his balls.
That's right. And I'm not playing games. Dodge. Imagine if the cat understood that.
Yeah, literally.
He's like, all right, I'm about to dip.
All right, I'm good. Do you have your screen?
Yeah, let me share it.
I like your Bitcoin chart though, Alejandro, because even at going to 73,600 would, test that meme dotted line too. That
this one right here.
Yeah, and it also will test the previous cycle all-time high. Like it's just an interesting zone right there.
Look at this. I like these lines. Hang on, because holy shit. 1 second. 1 second. Because not a lot of people draw them like that. And when you don't draw them, there's not a lot of people expecting it. But it really does, like, if you want to consider it, this is an SFP, this is an SFP, this is an SFP, kind of like in here too. And then it became resistance. So he does have play, and then he just broke through it right now. So I'm thinking this is probably going to continue here. I know they're meme lines, but a lot of the times they really help. Just like this one.
No, exactly. They are meme lines, but it's just based on psychology. And if Bitcoin loves the meme line, so if it works, it works. It could, we could close this weekly, very nice. Even go up, make a new high, this week, which is funny. But I do think when we get a new weekly candle, wouldn't surprise me to open that up a little red and actually test that line that you have. which just would make a lot of sense. But you know,
And-
like I said, it's just helping him.
And right now, that shit coincides with the 73,600. So,
Good confluence there. Good
yeah, I was myself. I made a podcast yesterday. I told you guys I was recording, and I said on the podcast at 73,600, that's where you buy, and then you invalidate a little below that with a close. But that's the only opportunity that I see right now, other than shorting and hopefully nailing it, because most likely it's going to continue.
Yeah, exactly. No, same. Yeah, we're on the literal same camp, and we started looking at that, and it's like 69s kind of come back into play.
Ready, boys. Ready for it.
I actually just read some devastating news. You guys ready for this?
Okay.
The famous gas station chain Come and Go has been forced to change their name. The Liberals won.
What are they going to change it to?
I'm not sure, but it's no longer going to be Come and Go.
Come and Go. God.
What about come and go on your face?
Fingers crossed. Inshallah.
That'd be nice if they do. That'd be marketing wise. That'd be the move.
The monthly right now is giving me like some little sauce vibes, as the kids say. But you also have to take it with a grain of salt because we don't have very much data on this thing. It's like since September 2021. But as of right now, we're over the 100% range, which statistically, like, you should have a 0% chance of closing over here. And every single time we've gotten to the 100% range, it's been a rejection and a wick every single time. We've never closed over it. So what I would say right now is if this relationship is going to hold true, is that we're probably going to turn this into a wick and close below it, and then end up, like, if we're so bullish, consolidating in this area while these ranges can step up. But usually what's happened every single time on this thing is that whenever it hits it, the ranges are never able to step up to where price action is, and price ends up moving back down to where the ranges are. As of right now, but that was when Dutch Bros was in a monthly downtrend. As of right now, we're about to flip the monthly downtrend into a monthly uptrend. As long as we close over, what is this high, $43.49, this is going to flip into a monthly uptrend. So what I could see is that us sort of reject this area, close below the 100, which is currently $43.61. And then we can confirm this is an uptrend, go sideways for a little bit, retest these areas. Probably going to take like maybe 4 to 6 months for that to play out. Then these ranges will step up. Then I can see a retest of these previous all-time highs. But until then, like, I would say we're either going to reject and follow suit with the trend and end up coming back down and not making a new high and continuing the downtrend. Or I would say that we just slightly break the downtrend and consolidate before we make new all-time highs. But I can't see us going straight up from here statistically because we're at the 100% range. Which is 2 week. Let's go to the momentum first. The momentum is also telling me the same thing, where HPDR momentum is at literally 100% at extreme highs. And volatility is also at extreme highs at 100% also. So that's another piece in the corner of that we're probably going to either pull back or consolidate at this area. 2 week is also well over the 100% range, significantly over it. It's at $41.67. We've literally never ever closed above the 100% range before. So would you want to bet that this time is different, or would you want to bet that we're probably going to keep doing what we've always done? I'm personally more I'm more in the camp of we're going to keep doing what we've always done. Weekly is a little bit different. The weekly didn't get up to the 100% range. Weekly got all the way up to the 97.5, got a little bit close to the 100, but didn't quite hit it. And as of right now, we are still at the 95%. So as long as we're closing over the 95%, I would say we're probably not going to pull back just yet. We're probably going to make another swipe, maybe tap that $54, $55 area. But if we do lose the 95% though, and we close below, what is that number? $46.27, then I would say we're probably going to get our pullback first. They have the ranges step up on the monthly, and then we can end up continuing from there. And the area that I would look for a pullback would be somewhere around the 88.3 right now, which is at like $44, all the way down to possibly this the top of this 38.2%, which I wouldn't really want to see. It wouldn't be the most bullish thing right now to go down to here, but we would still be okay as long as we close maintaining the uptrend. But that number is currently $38.24. What's more probable though is if we are going to tap the top of the blue 38.2 range, is that this weekly candle is going to close, and that 38.2 is going to move up significantly, and then we can tap it then and then continue onwards. The 2 week right now rejected the 95% the first time around, or the 2 day, and now we're brushing up against it as resistance. We have it's so weird how stocks do this. It's 2-day chart, but it says 3 days and 5 hours to close. If we close over the 95%, which is $46.71, we have a probability of coming up and hitting the 97%, which is right around that mid $50 number at $53. We could probably wick a little bit above it, hit $55. Then we would be really topped out in our higher term timeframes, and then we should almost certainly expect to pull back from there. Our HPDR momentum is also hitting very extreme levels. Volatility is hitting extremes, but they're not at 100% yet. So that tells us that we could likely make another swipe up towards the upside, hit those at extremes, and then we can get our pullback. Daily, I'm sorry.
No. I'm sorry. I was just clearing my throat. I tried to mute the microphone, but clearly didn't work. So good for me.
I thought you were going to say something. The daily has this fresh silver cross to the upside, and it's one of those British cigarette silver crosses, where the 9 EMA is all bunched up with the 21 and the 55 when they cross, and then they all expand together. We are hitting very extreme areas. We're above the 97.5%, but with this setup and how volatility is also not quite tapped out yet, we're very close. We can get one more swipe up towards this 100, right around that $50 zone. The jewel is also looking very nice right now. If you were to flip back around to it, where we broke out of the bearish control zone, we rejected the bullish critical zone. Then we started flipping back around, projecting the bearish control zone. So next time around, that after our consolidation is done, this is almost certainly going to break into the critical zone, and it's probably going to stay there for a good minute. So after we get our consolidation done and the monthly downtrend reverses into an uptrend, then I could see us making pretty significant new highs from there, like easily back towards previous all-time highs, if not a good amount higher. 4 hours also at very extreme levels on momentum, literally 100%. Volatility is at 100%, and we are just about to tap the 100% range on the HPDR. As long as we're above, what is this candle's close? $44.76, we're more likely to go up and tap this 100%, which is around $51.50. More confluence around that low to mid $50 number. Switch to the oops. I see Pepe is doing pretty nice.
Oh, I haven't checked either. I'll look at it after.
2 week right now currently has hidden bullish divergence confirmed, and we've reset our volatility back down from like high 80s down to about like 50%, and we're expanding from there. We're over the moving average once again. So our next target is going to be this bullish critical zone. And that critical zone right now, I don't think we're going to hit this until after our consolidation phase. But that number is at previous all-time highs right now. It's $78.98. And our VMP jewel oscillator is starting to flip back around too. It rejected, it broke into the bullish control zone last time around, but then it flipped back down. And then it didn't quite make it to the bearish control zone, but now it's flipping upwards. And this time around, it's probably going to make it into the critical zone. And that would coincide with us going towards previous all-time highs in this upper 70s. Weekly is about putting the third drive of hidden bullish divergence. So this is kind of making me a little doubtful that we'll get much of a pullback. This is making me think that we're probably going to just consolidate at the highs and then have the ranges step up, and then we can continue towards our previous all-time highs and new all-time highs. And that divergence target is going to be the critical zone, which right now is at right next to that previous all-time high at $80. Our volatility is starting to expand. It's at just about 80%. So we could, it's getting close to the local top, but it's enough to get one more swipe up to maybe that mid $50 number. 5 days also about to put in third drive of hidden bullish divergence. Target 79.53, right up in there in the same area. 3 day already has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. Our critical zone is right at, what do you know, $53, mid 53 number. 2 day confirmed hidden bullish divergence, but we're already at 100% volatility. But as we see before, we can stay there for maybe 1 or 2 periods, possibly even more. And we've already hit the easy target basically, which is the critical zone. That's at $47. So we can't get much off of the 2 day. Daily, nothing. Interesting. We don't have any bearish divergence at all.
It just seems like it wants to go sideways for a little bit and then continue.
Yeah, I don't see it much at all pointing towards the idea of a pullback.
No.
Did they make like some type of psychedelic coffee or something? TAC coffee?
Dutch Bros?
Why are they going up?
I don't know. Dutch Bros. UBS kept a buy rating for Dutch Bros and raised its price target to 44. JP Morgan also maintained the overweight rating, increasing its target from 48 to 48 from 44. So no clue.
The monthly is about a flip back up within the bullish control zone if we close above $47.19. We're a little bit below that right now, but we have 21 days to go, which is quite a long time. So we could easily go up another $1 and flip this monthly momentum back up. We've never, like in the Dutch Bros history, flipped up within the bullish control zone. We've never even been in the bullish control zone, but we don't have enough data. So you have to assume back here we're within the bullish control zone. But with what we have to work on, we've never been there. So we should be expecting, at the very least, as long as it flips up, to hit our previous all-time highs. 2 week, we're getting expanding volatility from basically 50%, rejecting getting within the bearish control zone, and we're going to be up on momentum as long as we close over $34, which we are about like $12.69 above right now. Beautiful. And that's going to take us not only to the bullish control zone. Last time we rejected it, this next time is going to take us into the critical zone, very likely. And that would probably be a break of our previous all-time highs. Weekly also expanding volatility, and we're going to be flipped to the upside and rejecting the bearish control zone as long as we're closing above $35.50, let's say. 5-day, flipping up as long as we're above $34.15, volatility expansion. 2 days at extreme levels on the volatility, and our pivot is currently $48.94. So if we close this next day below $48.94, if we close below that, and when this 2-day candle closes, I really hate how it says 3 days and 5 hours for a 2-day candle. But that would tell us that we're probably going to get somewhat of a consolidation or pullback, but we want to see where this number goes to. If this number goes significantly up, I would say that we're probably going to get a pullback. If this number stays around where it is, or if it goes down a little bit, then I would say we're probably going to consolidate and have this volatility reset before we try again. It all depends on where this number goes to on the next open. And we have a silver cross, so it wouldn't be the most out of the ordinary thing to have this 9 EMA move up a little bit on the monthly open, come somewhere around this area, from here to here, and then retest that and have that as a retest of the silver cross while our volatility resets, and then we would continue upwards. But it all depends on what happens with this momentum pivot. Daily is also at very, very extremes on volatility, but we are rejecting the bearish control zone and flipping up as long as we're above $35.77. So that gives me less of a bias towards that pullback that we just talked about. 4 hour, 2 periods of extreme volatility, but we're getting a very expansive candle towards the upside, and we're about to close over this open, which is at $46.44. So that happens, then we should get another move towards the upside. Pretty aggressive one too, because there's going to be a lot of liquidity in this area where people are assuming that they caught the top, and they probably have their stop losses right here. So any tap of this area probably sends us significantly higher. And we're going to be flipped up on momentum as long as we're at above $36.44. So it looks like on the very, very high time frames that we are probably at our local top or very, very close to it. And then the medium and lower time frames are telling us that we should probably expect a little bit of continuation before our higher time frames top out. And then we should look for some consolidation before we hit our previous all-time highs and significantly higher based off of the hidden bullish divergences we have on our very, very high time frames.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. That was awesome. Interesting fucking Dutch Bros, dude. They make fucking tailor-made beverages.
Did they do those like coffee arts shits?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. It says like a bunch of stuff that they do. Say that again?
They're just literally a Starbucks. They just sell coffee. Like there's nothing different about it, really.
Really?
Yeah, it's just coffee, just like Starbucks.
But isn't Starbucks being fucking destroyed by the market?
I see one thing though, one possibility, because there's a whole bunch of people boycotting Starbucks over Israel and Palestine. So maybe they're looking for an alternative.
Maybe.
Oh,
that would be it. It would be Dutch Bros.
You could be absolutely right. You could be absolutely right. Meli for you. MELI, which is Mercado Libre.
That'll be interesting. Isn't that like the Amazon of?
Yeah, that's the one that's blowing the fuck up. And we were like, why is it so bullish? It's probably going to get in 2 years to another like double or triple. I haven't seen the chart ever since.
Yeah, same.
Ok. Vamos a ver Dodge Bros rapidísimo para todos ustedes. Lo vamos a poner en temporalidad. Empezaremos con nuestras temporalidades altas, como siempre. Ya se la saben. Máximo histórico en Dodge Bros, 81,13. Dodge Bros, para los que no sepan, acabamos de platicar de esto. Es como un Starbucks, es como una cafetería. Así que es interesante en dónde están. El máximo histórico está en 81.35, está cotizando en 42.83, que es más o menos un poco menos de 50% abajo, está como 46% abajo, 42% abajo. Ok. ¿Qué es lo que podemos ver en este gráfico? Podemos ver que hemos estado en una tendencia alcista desde haber caído hasta acá. Nuestros mínimos, por más que hayan sido acá, nuestros cierres fuertes estuvieron por ahí de los 23. Esta zona funcionó como soporte definitivo y puedes ver cómo el promedio de la 9 había sido algo que nos había detenido, pero esta vez el promedio de la 9 fue roto hacia la alza, llevando a Dodge Bros de literalmente las sombras de $19 o $22 hasta los $46. En cuanto están viendo, el movimiento acá está diciendo que está sobre, y lo hemos dicho, que la volatilidad está en extremos, está en 100% en esta vela y es el subidongo que has tenido. Lo que estamos viendo con los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum de Farhan es que en temporalidades altas como en esta y la mensual, el movimiento tiene que irse de lado. No puede continuar una subida acelerada porque pueden ver lo alta que está la volatilidad. De nuevo, puede llegar acá más. Esto quiere decir que en menos en temporalidades más cortas, como la mensual, semanal, diaria, puedes continuar de lado subiendo, pero no va a ser un madrazo hacia la alza instantáneamente. Va a tomarle tiempo. Entonces, pues, solamente por eso les quería enseñar esto. Pueden ver que en esta gráfica mensual, algo que les quería poner era esto. Vienes de una tendencia bajista dura, ¿ok? Acá. ¿Y qué pasa? Aquí es donde la rompes. Y una vez que la rompes, puedes ver que continúa y ahora estás en lo que es una tendencia alcista, simplemente para enseñar a la gente cómo sales de una y entras en otra. Puedes ver que todos los promedios también están acá. Súper, súper fuerte. Cuando se juntan, perdón, no sé por qué estoy en la mensual, estamos en la semanal. Podemos ver que todos los promedios están aquí abajo y tenemos el precio empujando a la alza. Lo único que nosotros diríamos basado en el HPDR y lo que estamos viendo es esto. Definitivamente no quieres barrer esta zona de los 43.65 a este tope de los 42.90. Esto es como la zona donde Bitcoin está haciendo alto si lo quieres ver continuando. Lo que nosotros esperamos, si vean este gap que creó Dodge Bros, o sea, de la última vez que nos vimos, estaba en 34.98 y ahora está acá arriba. Esta es una vela topera. Cuando tienes una vela topera y tienes este tipo de topes acá, normalmente la gente acá empieza a abrir posiciones en corto o esa es su eliminación para posiciones en corto, porque si el precio vuelve a regresar por acá, esto probablemente vaya a dar un impulso agresivo a la alza, porque toda esta gente se va a tener que salir de su posición corta. Lo que nosotros esperamos es simplemente que si eres alcista en Dodge Bros, quieres que este soporte aguante, que el precio no baje de acá para que siga consolidando. Así es lo que nosotros creemos. Vas a poder romper por acá e ir a buscar tus objetivos y nuevos máximos históricos. Pero va a tomar bastante tiempo, ya que en todas las temporalidades altas está sobre... la volatilidad está en extremos y en temporalidades cortas y en temporalidades cortas también. Así que esto probablemente de lado por un rato, consolidando en lo que va subiendo tantito, 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 nada absolutamente loco, pero eso es Dodge Bros, güey. No se ve nada mal. Fuerte, potente acá, cruce plateado a la alza, todo. O sea, tiene de todo. All right, sir, we're ready for some Coinbase.
Nice.
Some base of the coin. 1 second. Let me get the little elegant fancy ticker. I know I have it because I just looked at it. Here you go.
Nice. So Coinbase is looking interesting. We'll start on the monthly. You know, I'm looking at the HBDR on this, and I'm looking at the median here. And we can see, you know, when Coinbase is under the monthly median, there's a lot of colors here, but if we just focus on that, you know, a white line essentially, you know, big moves down happen when we're under it. You know, we just kept nuking down. Any test of it would just harshly reject. And then we see, you know, the Coinbase median actually was able to get back above on November 22nd. 2022 of November. And then that is kind of what sparked the like up posturing. So then why am I bringing this up? Well, we see, you know, on the monthly on Coinbase, it got heavily sold down. It was significantly more sold down than Bitcoin was. And it was, you know, looking just like how ETH was as well, just way more sold down, while Bitcoin was still, you know, holding relatively strong. You know, we were even rejecting the monthly 9 for, you know, we lost it, and then for 2 months we rejected it. You know, the thing here though, and this is something I talked about when I was looking at Coinbase, that monthly EMA 34 and 21 were kind of, you know, clustering, telling us that this is a pretty big spot for bulls. This is the area, you know, right in this zone is kind of where bulls want to hold. And they did. They defended the level, you know, and now on this monthly, which is closing in 21 days, what do we have? Well, you know, we're at a very precarious spot on the monthly because, you know, we see here Bitcoin, sorry, I keep saying that, Coinbase, it's not even Monday. Coinbase is very healthily above the monthly 9. So all eyes on the closure. This is closing in 21 days. Ideally, what we want is it to close back above its monthly median and its 9. Something that, you know, just like here occurred, and that kind of kept this up, at least bullish posturing of higher highs and higher lows until we ended up kind of losing it. Also, Coinbase is at a very precarious spot because we're right about to make a monthly higher high. You know, this to me was a major rejection high, and we came down and grinded out a monthly higher low. You know, as long as we didn't break the low that we formed in the beginning of this year in February, January, you know, these lows still stand as, you know, the higher low to higher high. Now we're coming back down for the next higher low, and we're very close to breaking that. Now, it doesn't have to happen all at once, and Coinbase has had a pretty extreme bounce. I think it's evident when we start viewing it on like lower time frames. We start on the weekly. You know, this meme line at 265 is pretty important. It's important because we see Coinbase has through and through rejected this solidly each and every time, and each rejection has led to us going back down to that $228 range, and at least in this range that we're viewing, which kind of formed in the beginning of the year. Each time that Coinbase rejected that 268, it always came back down to that 229. The difference here is it just hasn't ever been able to hold above it. Each time has led to SFPs, which have led to more downside. And so now what we see is we're getting this weekly close in 4 hours. This is going to be pretty important for bulls. They want to actually get back above that 260, you know, like 268 to 266 level. And actually hold it. You know, we can see in this range, we actually have never had a weekly close back above that. And so for me, that'd be a major sign of just strength and probably continuation. And also we'll have to see where these ranges move. Ideally, they keep going up, giving bulls the upper hand of, you know, continuing this, moving along with crypto. But, you know, we still can't disregard the major resistance that Coinbase rallied into and is still kind of catching some resistance. On top of that, we see on the weekly HBDR, we are at the 80%. You know, so there's only a 20% chance of continuation. That's why I do believe that where this moves on the next close will be very important. And then determining where these ranges move, in my opinion, will determine, you know, how deep of a pullback Coinbase could get. Because as it stands, if it doesn't close back above that 266, 268 level, you know, we're just getting a recipe for possibly maybe moving back down to 229, 227. And when I go more down on the lower time frames, it'll start looking more clear. That could be a major opportunity because, you know, as history has shown, big moves down to this zone usually don't end up holding in the long run. And that's kind of what's the first sign of us who are bullish on Coinbase to be like, okay, maybe this will move a little more down. And then all eyes on that $210 zone, if not all the way back down to 197. So, you know, on the lower time frames, when we start going down, we start seeing not only the HBDR ranges start going up, but we're also, if you keep an eye on volatility, we're slowly creeping up. So the 5-day is still looking healthy, but again, still at that 80%. We're at resistance. It's closing in 5 days, so it'll be very interesting to see where this closes. I think it'll be really keen to see where the weekly closes today, which then could give us at least more confluence of kind of how next week could develop. We start viewing the 3-day. We see volatility is now 71%. Obviously, can go up more, but we're approaching the extremes in a chart. We see that 80% on the 3-day is currently at 281. Coinbase right now in this rally went to 273. So if Bitcoin maybe catches a little higher, goes higher, I would be watching for that 281. Then we'd be flirting with potentially forming, like I mentioned on the monthly, another higher high. Breaking that 283. First breaking that 273 will probably slingshot us up to test that 280s. Breaking this wick high that was formed here, in my opinion, would then put us in just another macro higher high, and then all eyes on just a higher low. If they want to start trying to put that in maybe next month, but if not, then for me, I'm just watching to see where this weekly closes. I do think when we start even going to the daily, we see here we're at 97.2% on volatility while testing the 90% on the daily, slightly rejecting it. So if you're max longing here, you really just have to look yourself in the mirror, maybe take a cold shower and ask yourself, what are you doing? Because for me, this is not max opportunity to long. If anything, theoretically, this is max opportunity to short and target back down to that 228, a level I mentioned. Remember, that just doesn't like to hold on Coinbase, and we just SFP each time we get above. Yes, we can rally on the daily. That's why I like viewing Coinbase on a 3 or 5 day. But each time we come back down after rejecting that 268, we come down and we end up not holding. And then that's what SFPs us. So now we're at the 90%. We have volatility at 97%. You really have to wonder, okay, well, what's the more likely outcome? Well, probably Bitcoin pulls back to that $73,600 level, which probably means that Tether dominance is just going to bearishly retest the breakdown level that it had, and then that's going to lead probably in the Coinbase at least retesting that 228 potentially, and just simply because of what a history has shown, kind of where markets are in crypto land and where volatility is, it seems a lot more likely. So that's why I'm more in the camp that I don't know if bulls are going to actually get the weekly close that they want. And if they don't, if they don't close back above that 266 to 268 today, then I do think, depending on where these ranges move, it'll greatly increase the chance of us at least testing that 228, which probably will line up with the daily 9. It's perfectly lining up with the meme line, and it would just make a lot of sense. What was major resistance, even getting front ran each time and then rejecting, here was the last major rejection before we, from that zone, came all the way down, 20%. So it'd make a lot of sense for us to find some rejection, kind of, hurt late longs that are getting horny for that $300 level. We come down, retest that 228, 227, even tap the daily 9, which essentially would just be, it would just be another silver cross retest on the daily. And then there, I do think that we can have another shot at that 268. Reclaiming that, for me, will take us to 300. 300 will be a big decision maker for Coinbase. At that point, we're now approaching, strong resistance on the weekly. HBR 90% at 314. So I'm looking at it more of a range of 300 to maybe 315. But overall, it's going to be a pretty massive level for Coinbase that we haven't really flirted with in a very long time. We see here, last time it broke above, just closing a weekly above, sparked this up only posturing where we went up just from closing back above that level, another 20, almost 21% basically. And then just how everything doesn't go up only, we came down, retested it, and just didn't hold. And then that's kind of where we were slightly concerned. So now we're potentially going to go back and test that $300 zone, and it's really basic. We go up, we just want that to hold. Holding that will move these more higher time frame ranges up, giving us more of a chance of actually going and testing maybe that 350 to maybe even higher viewed on the monthly here. We see that 50% is right at 319, right? So we have nice resistance with my meme line at 300, psychological number, mixed in with that weekly and monthly resistance right at 314 to 319. And then we see once that gets reclaimed, pretty big move up for Coinbase. 80% lies at $553 from that point, and these will keep moving. Would be a 72%, which probably lines up with Bitcoin actually fulfilling the over $80,000 prophecy. But until then, I'd be very cautious of the fact that all the lower timeframes are at extremes now. The 4-hour we see are multiple sessions, and we're basically at the 100% here. So, there's not really much if you're bullish that you should be looking for up here in this zone, other than just a daily reclaim at 266 to 268. But we're 3-hour at the 99.9%. We start on the 6-hour here. We almost tested the 100% with volatility at extremes, and it's just like that all the way to the daily. So with that, just be very cautious of that. On all time frames, we're hitting major resistance. We're at a very major decision point for Coinbase, and the nice part is we're getting the weekly closure today, so we don't need to wait multiple days. Bulls have the best chance today of reclaiming that 266. If they do, then for me, we'll have to see kind of where that daily 9 moves. It probably will end up going back to around that 230, maybe a little, above that 227, the area I talked about. I then do think we can easily either form a wick and hit the daily 9. If not, just start basing literally on 266. The most bullish scenario would be, in my opinion, if we closed a weekly above 266 and then we just essentially held it. Very shallow pullbacks. Makes these ranges on the daily start moving up for a shot back up to that 300 to maybe $319. But if we end up closing below the zone, it opens a chance of next week giving us a pullback, which maybe could mean, maybe crypto gets some pullback on the weekend, maybe. But it at least for me, viewing Coinbase lines up with my Bitcoin thesis, where there's not a long here, in my opinion. The easy long will come when we go and test that 228, 227, a major level of resistance that Coinbase each and every time has come to this 268. It's not closed above. It's always then come back down to that 228 minimum, if not all the way to 210. Since we're in a very bullish posturing in the markets, crypto is going up, Coinbase is looking insane, and we're getting support from the daily 9. I don't think that we should be looking at that $210 first, and we should be focused on that 229. So the daily 50% is telling me, and that's even without the HPDR, is the same level I'd be looking at, regardless of it, just simply because of where the 9's at. So for me, I'm getting good confluence on two different views, two different systems, telling me you should probably be looking for a pullback. We should be viewing that pullback maybe going to like 227 to 226. If we start losing that, then all eyes back on maybe 210 to actually testing the 2-day EMA 21 right at 204. A major rejection point on this downtrend here is that 21 on the 2-day. We'd each time reject it. So I'd be viewing that if 227 doesn't hold as the next spot, which lines up right around that 210 zone. But, I'm more in the camp. We'll probably do this, fizzle out, come down harshly, test this level. And then that's what can spark the move to 300. We've seen that happen here. It hasn't held. Here it didn't hold, and then here. So why would Coinbase not repeat it? But this time it's different because this will actually hold, giving us the move up to 300. And I might take this long, actually, and I might give this to the Academy just kind of based on where we're at with even the 5-day 9 grinding up, moving towards that. It'll be like a magnet for price. Assuming we stay in this range, if we start closing that weekly back above 267, then okay, maybe this doesn't play out. Maybe we get a shallow pullback, if not just test 266, 267, and then go to 300. 300 will be a pretty major spot for Coinbase. We're now in like 2021 territories, and then ideally we just keep holding that 300 level for an actual chance to go to 380 to maybe even all the way to this wick high at 430. So that's kind of all I see with Coinbase. This is like an actionable setup I'll be watching, which is giving me nice confluence to my Bitcoin thesis as well. hand in hand. Because if I was like, Coinbase is probably going to go up from here and hit 300 immediately, then it probably means Bitcoin's not going to get our pullback. But if Bitcoin pulls back, Coinbase will pull back, and it'd make a lot of sense to do it within the new week. People will see that really red, girthy new weekly candle. Experienced traders will just be looking at that as a simple back test, just feeling some of that inefficiency we got from this week. While newbies will be like, oh my God, we're nuking. This was the top. I longed it. They'll be panicking, and we'll be prepared. So that's what I see on Coinbase. It's probably will get a pullback. I think you're muted, Alonso.
God damn it. It was such a good joke. It really was. It's better I don't tell it to you now that I told you how good it was, because it's going to be disappointing. Can we please do hymns?
Yeah. Hymns.
Is that the online Viagra dealer?
Yes. And also Ozempic now.
Interesting.
Because they have hymns and hers.
Really? They have hers?
Him and hers. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit would not survive in Mexico. You just hop on down to the Soriana and buy whatever those little pills you need.
That's right. Yeah. I know. That's why it doesn't exist. Ok. Estamos viendo Coinbase en este momento en un gráfico semanal. Me gusta mucho este gráfico porque creo que pone una fotografía excelente. Habíamos platicado que cada que estamos acá, gran oportunidad, y pueden ver que fue una gran oportunidad desde aquí abajo a donde está el precio de hoy. Estás hablando de un 80% y tomó nada de tiempo. 13 barras, 13 semanas, literalmente. La buena fue esta, en realidad, porque si agarraste esto es una vela semanal de ¿cuánto? O sea, desde abajo hasta acá, 50%. Dude, this is a one candle that's 50%.
I know.
Holy shit.
That's just insanity. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're longing this here, you probably should just take a cold shower.
Yeah. Not very smart.
Just go outside and smoke some weed.
Yeah, to me, it's definitely going to do this.
That would be the easy setup, and then we can go and test that. That would be easy. So that's exactly what I'm waiting for, which again lines up nicely with your meme lines too, and the HBR and the daily 9. So
with fucking everything, it just works. This is one of those charts that is just simple. Vale, entonces hemos visto a Coinbase desde el principio, cuando salió de 430 caer hasta literalmente, ¿cuánto fue el fondo? $31, o sea, cayó más de 10x. Y de ahí, de $31, está a punto de hacer casi un 10x en $264. Nada mal. La cosa es, cuando volteamos a ver todas estas temporalidades a más corto plazo, déjenme simplemente quito el brochecito, podemos ver mínimo en la semanal la volatilidad está expandiendo, está en 56%, pero en temporalidades muy cortas como esta estamos llegando a extremos. En la diaria, en la de 8 horas, estamos tocando básicamente los extremos en todas las temporalidades cortas. En la de 4 horas literalmente llevas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periodos de extremos, y esto sangra a temporalidad hasta la de 2 días, lo que te está diciendo que ahorita sería un gran error ir a este gráfico semanal, diario, y hacer un long acá. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando? Yo creo que Coinbase nos enseña algo bastante sencillo. Tenemos esta resistencia que viene desde aquí arriba hasta acá, y hemos visto cómo cada una de las veces tuvimos un cierre acá. Voy a acercarme para que lo puedan ver más. Puedes ver cómo vienes de acá para abajo. No has tenido un solo cierre arriba de ello más que esta vela, y despuesito te fue y te tiró y luego te rechazó y te mandó para abajo. Ahorita lo vuelves a retomar. Normalmente cuando retomas un nivel importante, y ahora está retomando no solamente esta parte, esta diagonal que viene para abajo, no solamente está retomando esto. La otra cosa que está retomando es también este nivel. Este es un nivel muy importante, el de acá. ¿Por qué? Porque no has tenido un solo cierre ahí. La vela abrió acá, esta roja, y cayó, pero no has tenido un solo cierre, por lo que el nivel de los 266.48 es muy, muy, muy importante, porque va a ser nuestro siguiente escalón. ¿A qué me refiero con escalón? Puedes ver que a Coinbase le encanta consolidar en zonas. es bastante fácil de, por eso este gráfico, por eso Coinbase, me encanta tradear Coinbase, porque tienes este rango de acá, tienes este rango de acá, y puedes ver lo fuerte que son los rangos en Coinbase. Me encanta ranguear esta chingadera. Entonces, voy a quitar esto para que puedas ver mejor. Y lo que, a lo que quiero llegar es, un cierre arriba de 266 se vería muy bien, pero lo que nosotros creemos es que vas a venir a retestear como en Bitcoin, esta zona que coincide con la línea meme, la diagonal que viene para abajo, y también esta zona de soporte donde has tenido todos estos cierres. Los puedes ver acá. Nosotros creemos que Coinbase va a venir a darse esto para después dar continuación, porque en temporalidades de largo plazo se ve muy alcista, pero por ahorita se ve sobre extendido el movimiento. ¿Qué niveles tienes que te tienen que importar en este momento? Definitivamente perder el 238 a la baja no va a ser bueno. Va a tomar más tiempo poder reparar esto si es que llega a pasar. Así que aguantar en la parte baja el 238 y además cuando lo juntas con los promedios no semanales, con los promedios diarios, puedes ver que el 9 va para acá y déjame ver algo rápido. Podría haber un retroceso hasta esta zona de los 211, pero ahora esta sería algo que espantaría a todo el mundo porque creen que esto fue un SFP, eso quiere decir un breakout falso, y ahora va a caer y como está cerrando el triángulo que hemos dicho siempre, cuando llegas al apex de un triángulo, te da el movimiento para arriba o para abajo. Y ahora, cuando la gente está por acá, lo que va a pensar si llega a bajar el precio hasta acá es que esto ya valió madres y ahí quedó todo y puede que haga esto. Pero si pierdes el nivel de los 211.51, aquí yo diría esto va para abajo. Definitivamente. Arriba de esto estamos acá. Y no nos molestaría que tampoco rebote aquí en los 239 y ni siquiera venga a visitar los 211. Esta es la pregunta del siglo. ¿Qué tanto va a bajar acá? Porque lo demás nos enseña a continuación, simplemente la duda viene en esta zona. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Coinbase bastante alcista, temporalidades altas, tiene que tomarse un descanso. Acaba de poner una vela de 50% semanal. Así que tranquilos, tranquilos todos. Espero que hayan entrado aquí abajo, donde hablamos de la oportunidad y ahora se dio por acá. Cualquier cosa, aquí andamos, perros. Vale. All righty. Sir, what was next?
I forgot, but before we get off Coinbase, the Academy actually gave out on November 1st a pretty nice Coinbase long. I forgot I gave that out.
Yeah.
So basically, we gave that on November 1st. The entry was 169 to 177. Going back to Coinbase, we see on November 4th, basically on that Monday, we went to 176.38 on the low. And then full TP, easy 15% trade. Just simple things like that that you get in with the Academy, signing up for the trading signals.
That's right. That's motherfucking right, everybody. So that's what I mean. I was literally just telling everybody this is something that we called out here in the Academy. So you better fucking show up there. Y es cierto. Alex está diciendo que mandamos una señal de una alerta de trading para los miembros de Elite Trading Academy, donde les dijimos alrededor de los 169, 170, que Coinbase iba para arriba y eso resultó bastante positivo para todos. Eso es lo que estaba yo diciéndoles, que espero que varios de ustedes sí estén en este trade después de haber hecho su tarea y que les haya ido bastante bien en él, porque la fuerza de Coinbase, damas y caballeros. Melly, we're doing Mercado Libre now.
Yes, sir.
Also be
You see
interesting.
my screen?
I want to see this shit. Oh, no!
Oh.
Big gap down on the daily. Quarterly still looks good as hell. What I'm seeing on the quarterly is that we reclaimed this blue 38.2% zone. But since we're getting a rejection at the median, I would say that we're probably going to come back down and retest this bottom 38.2%, which is sitting at roughly $1,628. And right now, our HPDR momentum is on a full reset after rejecting the bullish control zone twice. Is this higher or there was no divergence? If this point was lower than this point, there would have been bearish divergence, but there is none at this moment. And our volatility is completely reset. So it makes sense to come back down towards this 38.2 at $1,628, and then have our momentum fully reset, flip up from there, and then we can get volatility to support it as well. Because on this whole move correction to the downside, volatility has been going down, which is telling you that this move to the downside is corrective and you should be looking for a higher low. And then once volatility flips back up from the 1628 area, then we can tap these higher ranges like the 88.3 once again. And as of this moment, 88.3 is sitting at over $4,000. That's more than 100% move from here. It's fucking insane. What's the market cap of this thing? 92 billion? Yeah, it can move up another 2x.
Yes, you can.
The jewels are currently flipping back into the bullish control zone as well. That also coincides with the idea of us finding our next higher low of somewhere in this area and then continuing up towards that 88.3%. The monthly right now is bouncing at the median. So if we keep holding this, and then we're probably not going to go any lower on the quarterly to that 38.2. We're probably just going to put in our bottom here, but it's not as likely that this median will hold, because usually it doesn't like to hold. Usually it just loses it. So if we do lose this median, that's going to take us down towards this 21 EMA, and that lines and this is going to move up a little bit too in our next monthly open, and this is going to take a little bit of time to play out. Right now, this 21 EMA is at 1604, which is right next to that 1628 number that we were looking at before. So you could wick below, a little bit below 1628, go to low 1600s, hit this yellow 21 EMA, and then continue upwards while the ranges move up as well. Because that's where we've been finding support this whole rally before we've made higher highs on the rally, is we've been bouncing at the 21 EMA. So this time is different. I don't know. Maybe it is different, but I would bet that the previous relationship is going to continue to play out. We're going to make our next higher low at the 21 EMA and then continue higher. 2 week right now is at the bottom, 38.2%. And our momentum is breaking down. It's well within the negative area now, and it's close to entering the bearish control zone. Volatility is still contracting at this moment, though, so this is still a corrective move. But as with momentum breaking down, it tells me that we can go a little bit lower, probably somewhere around the 61.8%, which is at 1642, maybe a little bit lower to this 55 EMA, which I don't think is very likely, but it is possible, and this is going to go up. So ideally, what I would like to see is that this takes out like 3.5 months to play out, and by that point, this 55 EMA will be right up to where the 61.8% is, right at that low 1600 area. Weekly right now is kind of breaking down, where we're not only losing our 38.2%, but we're all the way down to losing our 61.8%, while our momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone and volatility is flipped well up to support it. And we're only at 67.7% on volatility, so we can go a lot more before this thing is done, probably to this 100 EMA. And this is going to take, once again, a couple of months to play out. So this 100 EMA is probably going to rise a little bit towards this 88.3%. And what do you know? 1624. 5 is looking terrible. We opened with a gap down, lost 21 EMA, losing the 61.8%. Momentum, same thing, bearish control zone, volatility up. That would tell me somewhere around this 88.3%. Well, after this takes a couple of months to play out, this 100 EMA is going to rise as well. That's going to put it, what do you know, 1626. As of this moment, the 100 EMA is finding support on the 2-day. So if we do continue to bounce, I'd look for this 55 and the 61.8% area to be rejection, somewhere around $1,900. I would expect that to reject. And then with our momentum currently flipping upwards in the bearish control zone, I would expect momentum to flip back down and reject getting out of the bearish control zone. And volatility will start flipping up again as well. And that would take us somewhere around this, I want to say like 88.3 to 95%, which is like 1720 all the way down to like 1612. So that 1600 number again. Daily is also giving me the idea of a bounce where momentum is starting to flip back up and volatility is flipping down. So that's telling you that this bounce is going to be a corrective bounce, and we are finding some support at this 200. So what I could see is possibly we can come back up towards this 61.8% and this 100, which is also that same 1900 area, and then we would end up rolling back over again once these ranges step down. And 4 hours also giving me that same idea of a bounce. We're bouncing at the 97.5% range, and our momentum is flipping up and volatility is flipping down. So somewhere around this 200 SMA is where I would look, and same $1,900 area. Did you hear about how the dispensaries are starting this thing called Green Monday or Green Wednesday?
No.
It's like Black Friday for weed. It's the day before the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. They're doing like basically Black Friday for weed.
That's going to be impossible due to the supply and how terrible they are at delivering this shit.
There's a
That's-
whole bunch of dispensaries that have already announced it, like somewhere between 20 to 50% discounts. But it's probably on that bottom shelf shit.
It's yeah, exactly. Because I get emails from Ease. I use ease.com, which by the way, I think they filed for bankruptcy, but I use that shit. And they have like 30% on anything you get on Ease. Then you get in and they're like, oh, the stuff that you want does not qualify. Only this garbage is the one that you can get a discount on. Terrible.
Yeah, you don't want to compromise on your weed.
No,
anything
absolutely
but that.
not.
But on the start with the quarterly, we have enough data for that. The quarterly volatility is currently expanding from. It's been declining all the way since 2021, all the way down here has been contracting. Finally, it started expanding again in around like January of this year, and we're pointed to the upside as long as price is above $1,396, let's say $1,400. Momentum is poised to the upside. We already have our close above the 78.6%, so we would have to look towards the 161.8%. And before I show you this number, you have to remember this is a quarterly chart. This is going to take years to play out.
Yes.
$2,717.18. That is about a 48% move to the upside. That's not too crazy, to be honest. Not too crazy at all. We did this in basically like, what is it, 2 years?
I think it was 2 years. Yeah.
251% in 2 years. So why can't we do 48% in the next year and a half?
Yeah.
And as long as we're, and since the momentum pivot is so far below price action, that makes it even more bullish. And we're starting from very low, not very low levels, but quite low levels on our volatility. Whenever we did that, we started from slightly lower on our volatility. We did how much of a percent move? About 1,644%. We did from this area on our volatility at the 34% area. We're currently at 53%. So it's not that much higher. So we could probably do like maybe a 50% move, 100% move based off of that volatility setup. And we're going to enter the critical zone on the stochastic momentum. Last time we've entered the critical zone was right here. So 1,178% to the upside after that.
Fuck. So that was like it's Hamas setup.
Yeah. It's this is I can't say it. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was gonna because Mercado Libre, I was gonna say something, but based off my current location, I'm not trying to get disappeared.
Good. Well done. You're learning, sir. You're learning.
The monthly volatility is currently expanding, contracting because we have this pullback right here and this consolidation, which is what the bulls do want to see. And right now we've re-entered like very extreme low levels on our volatility. We're at 10%, 10.6%. So if volatility starts expanding from here, depends on which direction momentum is pointed at. That's the direction that we're probably going to get a very strong aggressive move towards. As of this moment, momentum is pointed down as long as we're below 1965. Here's why it's not so bad, because we're still holding this 9 EMA. As long as we're holding the 9 EMA, we're more likely to get consolidation than we are to get a more of a move to the downside. And the momentum in the next 21 days on the monthly is about to open up. We're going to hit tap this critical zone. Once we get to the critical zone, this number is going to move down a lot. And then it's going to be significantly easier for the bulls to turn momentum back to the upside. And if we still hold the 9 EMA, the uptrend is still intact. This volatility is going to go even lower. And then we're going to get that volatile move to the upside from there. And the last time we had volatility this low where we expanded to the upside was right over here, where we went from like $466 to $2,000. Sheesh, that's like 5x. Two week is to the downside as long as we're below 2,110. Volatility is contracting though, so it's telling you this is a corrective move. Weekly is expanding from literally 0% volatility with this move to the downside. So weekly is looking a little bit more of a pullbacky, and momentum is down below 2,040. 5 day, literally 3 periods of 0% volatility. and momentum is down below 2,065. 2-day expanding from 2 periods of 0% volatility.
And that's the drop.
Yep, and it's rejecting the bullish control zone, flipping back down. It's down below 1946, let's say 1950. So that would tell us probably that 200 SMA, which is right around 1600. Daily is expanding from 2 periods of 0% volatility, and we're at very high levels on our volatility on the daily at 86%. We're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're pointed down as long as it's below 1978. And daily is about a silver cross to the downside, I believe. Let me check. It's very close, very, very close. As long as we're below this 55 EMA at about like $19.95, $2,000, that silver cross is going to happen in the next daily open. 12-hour also rejecting the bullish control zone, pointed down as long as we're below 1979. Volatility is getting to very high levels. It's telling us we can get one more move to the downside before volatility taps out, and then from there we would have to expect at least a mean reversion bounce. 4 hours at 2 periods of 100% volatility, and we have silver cross to the downside on the 4 hour. Momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2,100. That's significantly above price right now, which is very bearish. If we do get a bounce, I can see us getting somewhere up to this 200 SMA, which is like right at 1900, and this 9 EMA would have dropped down to match it at that point. It'll be a retest of the silver cross, and then our higher time frame volatility setups would take over. Those would probably take us down to like 1600, and then volatility would max out on those levels, and we can get our mean reversion, which is on the higher time frames. It's still going to be a higher low, and then we can continue onwards to the upper $2,000 areas. So the very, very, very high time frames are still extremely bullish, pointing towards upper 2000s, maybe $3,000 level. The medium time frames are kind of corrective, and the low time frames are very corrective. And they're telling us that while volatility drops on our higher time frames, we're going to get an aggressive move to the downside on our lower time frames. Possibly one more swipe down because our volatility is not tapped out, hit that $1,600 area, maybe high 1500s, make the higher low on the quarterly, and then continue towards $3,000. This is going to take several years to play out, though.
Yes, sir. And also it's funny to see the SMA 200 just acting like a nice support the whole way up from 2023. And it's literally right there where it's tapping right now, which interesting. Just a lot of confluence in those areas, son. Hang on a second. Let me get the next hymns. Oh, it's a shitcoin request. Toncoin. T-O-N.
I've heard this one before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've done it here too.
Your mom weighs a ton. There was an elementary school joke on the opposite hand of an uncle joke.
Exactly. Ok, estamos Mercado Libre. Qué tremendo subidón de Mercado Libre. Cuando empezó en el 2007 estaba cotizando en $19. Te hubiera gustado haber comprado en ese entonces un chingo de acciones porque ahora está en $1,825 y ha logrado un máximo histórico de 2,165. Lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades así de altas como esta es justamente esto. La volatilidad está reseteándose una vez más. ¿Qué nos quiere decir eso? Nos quiere decir que literalmente va a haber continuación del movimiento, pero en mucho tiempo. Y cuando nos metemos en temporalidades más cortas, y es más, quiero hacer esto acá. No, voy a hacerlo en una temporalidad más corta para que se vea mejor. Importante, mantengan en mente dónde está el promedio de las 9 en esto, en los 1,561, ¿ok? Y dense cuenta cómo todo el tiempo se ha agarrado del 9 y solamente lo ha perdido una vez, donde hizo un SFI en el 21 también, ¿ok? Es importante que lo tengamos en mente siempre que estamos haciendo esto. Ahora, pueden notar que también el promedio de las 21 en la mensual está justamente por esa zona. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está literalmente en bajos. Esto quiere decir que esto está en esta temporalidad, está preparándose para llegar a cero y resetear una vez más y continuar sus movimientos a largo plazo. Pero cuando volteamos a ver más corto plazo, podemos ver que la volatilidad está en cero y está empezando, digo, la volatilidad ha tenido periodos nulos y está empezando a expandir, pero todavía no está en un punto crítico, tiene que llegar al 15%, que está más o menos por acá. Eso es en la semanal. Pero en la diaria y en temporalidades más cortas es justo lo que estamos viendo, que estamos yendo en extremos con la volatilidad expandiendo y al mismo tiempo el precio bajando. ¿Qué nos quiere decir todo eso? Para no hacerles el cuento largo. Podemos ver lo agarraría, es más, de acá, de Mercado Libre, ¿ok? Lo voy a poner así para que lo vean. Estas líneas memes normalmente funcionan bastante bien y va acompañada del promedio de las 200 en la diaria. ¿Lo pueden ver? Ok, lo que nosotros pensamos, acercándonos un poco a la tabla ya en Mercado Libre, es lo siguiente. Nosotros pensamos que Mercado Libre está justamente, va a continuar expandiendo este movimiento a la baja, pero puede que tenga este tipo de acciones donde tenga rebotillos a la alza. Llegue a tocar los 1600, tal vez los 1590, que es la zona donde están los promedios en altas temporalidades, y ahí rebotar y dar continuación a lo que vemos en temporalidades altas. Por ahora, no hay absolutamente ningún trade en Mercado Libre, está justamente en medio de todo, y podrías tener un argumento de que justamente los 1775 es parte de un rango y de ahí para abajo a los 1642 es el siguiente rango y de ahí para abajo el siguiente rango. Pero a menos de que Mercado Libre tome una vez más el nivel de los 2000 o supere el 1924 en temporalidad corta, no tiene cara de que esto vaya a dar el movimiento a la alza pronto. Simplemente ranguear, irnos de lado por un rato por acá, tal vez hacer algo así y luego tener el subidón, pero de nuevo, falta demasiado tiempo. Y nuestros objetivos en esto, cuando volteamos a ver Mercado Libre en altas temporalidades, en temporalidades más grandes, están bastante arriba. Creemos que puede Mercado Libre hacer todavía un 50% a la alza, pero le va a tomar bastante tiempo. Simplemente estás viendo una corrección, como todo tipo de correcciones. Si pueden ver, cada que Mercado Libre hace un piquillo, tiene un bajón de 25%. Vamos a ver otro piquillo por acá. Y el bajón fue de 21%. Vamos a ver dónde estamos parados en este momento con este bajón de acá. A 18%. 25%, básicamente ve. 25% te ponen los 1586 y 20% básicamente en esta zona. Por lo que creemos que estos mínimos de acá, los 1582 van a aguantar. Si no aguantas el 1582, el 1552, pintará mucho peor, mucho más bajista y tal vez puedas venir hasta visitar esto, aunque creo que es un poco improbable, pero nada es imposible. Ya lo tienen. Eso es Mercado Libre. Alex, which one are you doing? Hims and hers.
Yeah, Hims and hers.
Is it going up like their products?
Yeah, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Hims and hers is looking quite good. Let's view it on the 6 month, I think. So, the 6 months looking kind of insane on Hims and hers. For me now, we are at the point where this is where kind of bears want to take control. But when viewing it on the 6 month, we see, the 6 month 9 is fresh. It's not a lot of data considering this chart is new relative. So we see that we basically hit that perfectly and then bounced nicely off of it. This is closing in a month, and it's going to be highly interesting to see, where this can close because, with the little data I have, we know that $21 is an interesting spot for Hims, and we're now healthily above that. I do think that's nice that a 6 month is closing, and then when we start going more like on a quarterly, it starts becoming more evident at kind of where the spot Hims is in terms of like bearish momentum. We see volatility has been solidly at extremes, and we're also, we kind of like filled some of this wick here. The question now bulls are going to have is, are we going to be able to go up to $25.78 and actually bust through it, creating a new high for this chart, or are we just going to solidly reject here? When we start looking at this like more on like let's view it on the quarterly now. This can be an easy short setup. and we are getting follow through to it. The idea is you just don't want that wick high to get taken out, which is represented by this dotted yellow line. And so this is the spot where bears want to actually start pushing this down and reject it. Why though? I'm on the camp that this won't actually reject as hard as like last time it went to this zone and then rejected. We did fall. Let's see, 41%. I don't think we'll fall 41%. But I do think that right now is the spot where bulls want to kind of step up. We ideally just want that $21 to hold. It's an important level for the chart. Big moves down happen once we start losing it. And if we end up losing that, to me, it'll start invalidating, the silver crosses we have on the daily and the 2-day, or at least make them questionable. And when we're viewing it on the 2-day and a daily, it kind of makes sense. We rallied up. We're still rejecting that $23.81. We took all the liquidity here and even here on these stops, tested this wick high, and now we closed below. And I have to often ask myself, like, bulls could have closed it above 23.81. This to me seems like we definitely could start rejecting, and we did. And now we are front running that $21, and we just want bulls to hold this $21 zone. If we end up losing it, to me, it'll start looking more like just like a deviation with chop, kind of like here where we lost it, we rallied up, we rejected it, came down, lost it, rallied up, rejected it, and then broke down. That could be the playbook here, and that's why we just want that $21 to hold, to kind of end this chop here that led to a breakdown. If bulls can actually just steadily hold that $21, it'll start looking like a silver cross retest. And then, the big question then will be testing that $25.78. That'll be a pretty massive level for HIMS. And I do think since we do have, we throw the HBDR on and we view it, I think it was the quarterly. Quarterly is looking kind of interesting to me because we see here we're basing on that 50%. This is closing in a month. And we see, at the top of the range, it's giving us like $33.88, $35.89. Since this is closing in a month, these will move. For me, it's going to be really key to see where HIMS closes, because if this quarterly can actually reclaim that $25.78, that's probably confirmation that we're probably going to test the top here. And then we're going to probably get some macro resistance, if not, maybe a local top from that point. It'd make a lot of sense to, form a macro higher high. And then from there, kind of grind out another higher low. This, chart's very volatile. And that would make a lot of sense, especially if we're approaching, that 80 to 90% on the quarterly on this chart. But for me, I don't want to front run that. That's why I'm really keen to just watching that $25.78. Since it's such a massive move, even from that point, I do think it's just smart to wait and see where this quarterly closes. We start rejecting on this quarterly and actually losing that $21, then nothing's really changed. We just kind of took the liquidity out from this major rejection. And we're back under resistance, something that the chart has always been under on a quarterly close. And then we really have to wonder if we're going to open up into the next quarterly, essentially, testing wherever that 50% moves. And for me, my meme lines too, at $17, if not all the way to $15.65. That's why it'll be pretty important to close above the $21. And if we keep moving up and maybe close above $25, I don't think we're going to stop there. I think we would just essentially move up and test the extremes, considering how nicely the 50% held in the quarterly. And so for me, that's looking interesting. That's why I'm more in the camp that, yes, we got a rejection. Bears want this to come down, but we still are at the spot where bulls are in full control. We're still holding the 9. We still have a silver cross on the daily and the 2-day. And we just want them to, we kind of want to get a bounce from this point. Daily closures under 21 will probably bleed into that monthly, which then will lead into the quarterly closing back under that. And then nothing's really changed. It was just more like a liquidity grab, and we're just still stuck back in this range. But that's kind of what I see with HIMS right now. We just want to see a bounce here. We want to see this hold. And ideally, you're all eyes on this $25.78, because I do think that's when we're going to get our bigger move. And then once we do start approaching that $30 to $33 zone, we know that we're now at quarterly extremes. We know that volatility is on at least the major, like on the quarterly here, is at extremes as well. Volatility plus HPDR extremes mixed in with, you know, just overall forming a higher high leads into a higher low on the macro. So, you know, that to me would be a logical place if we got, you know, bigger squeeze, assuming we do break this zone, to kind of like de-risk, or, you know, at least maybe look for shorts in that zone. That to me would seem very logical, with a higher probability of at least going back and testing, you know, this wick high into support, or just holding it. But, you know, for what it stands now, it's looking great. The weekly is closing back above the $21 region. It's looking like an SFP here. This was like a nice bear trap. The 21 held on the weekly. We're now nicely above the 9. And we're about to reclaim that $21 level. And we know big moves happen from that. You know, we essentially now just want to see $23 and call it, you know, $23.80 to $24.18 get reclaimed. And then what that'll do is, once we start breaking this wick high, that I'm sure if I throw the HBDR off now so we can see the candle, you know, we start breaking this wick high, what this is going to do is just make a lot of shorts get out. I'm sure a lot of people are trying to short this. You know, this was a nice move down, and that this was the area I would short with a stop here, if not already break even, because if we go back and fill this wick, we're probably going to go and break out. So for what it stands, I'm more bullish than bearish. This is just a sign of just be cautious. The daily is still holding though where it needs to, and it looks like, at least, you know, as long as we don't majorly dump in 3 hours, that the $21 is going to keep holding, which, you know, means that the weekly held it, which then possibly means the monthly can hold it. And then, you know, that'll mean the quarterly held it, which will kind of be a nice shift, a nice, you know, getting out of the range, as evident here. If we end up losing it, then yeah, nothing's really changed. And I would be more cautious to coming back down to this zone then, or at least testing this 9 overall in like the next few months. But watch very closely. It's going to be really key. $21 though above, you're kind of like, if you're shorting this, you're hoping that this is going to be a major lower high. You just want to be mindful of that $21, because once this weekly closes, the EMA 9 is going to move up, probably matching that. At that point, you know, if it's holding and we're closing weeklies above $21, which, you know, lots of chop around the $21, granted, but for what it stands, to me, that's like a nice SFP deviation. Usually then those setups lead to a retest, maybe into next week, maybe into breaking this zone, then testing the high. So that is what I see with them. It's not working with a lot, but, you know, with the quarterly at extremes, I think we'd still go up a little bit more, but then around that $30 to $33 could be an easy short zone, if not just a major consolidation area for him for probably many months, honestly.
Yeah, it does have all the look that it will. Solamis.
I just gave out 2 short setups for some shit coins on our Discord, fellas.
Nice. So there you go. Acabamos de pasar para todo el mundo 2 setups de shitcoins para todos ustedes. Bueno, Farhan lo acaba de hacer. Yo aquí qué, brother. Okay. So you got Solamis. I'll do hymns right now. Well, I won't do hymns, but I will do the chart for hymns. You know what I'm saying?
Top or bottom?
No. I said that I won't do it. Vale. Tenemos acá la tabla trimestral de HIMSS. Perdón, es que aquí estaba dibujando una obra preciosa. Todos ustedes pueden ver lo que está haciendo el precio. Una excelente uva y ahora la consolidación. Esto es muy parecido a lo que está haciendo Bitcoin, o a lo que hizo Bitcoin más bien, ¿no? En la tabla. Este tipo de consolidación que es, recuerden, tienes acá el máximo, tienes acá esto. Llegas, te rechaza y empieza a consolidar con rechazos a la alza. Eso es una copa y la agarradera de la copa. No sé cómo se dice en español, lo siento, pero es lo que es. Y normalmente los objetivos de estos son alcistas. ¿Qué más estamos viendo en una tabla tan... Ahora sí que no hay tanta información, pero hay la suficiente. Hemos visto que llegamos a un bajo mínimo de 2.72. HIMSS está cotizando, en 22.37. El máximo histórico que ha logrado está en 25.74, lo que pone desde mínimo hasta tope más de un 10x, que es bastante bueno. Estamos cotizando en 22.42 en este momento. Y algo de admirar, porque si estamos viendo esto, yo creo que le quita mucho ruido a la tabla. ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? de que puedes ver que estás por encima del promedio de las 21, estás por encima del promedio de la 9 en altas temporalidades, lo que es bastante bueno. Pero más allá de eso, estás viendo, nunca había cerrado en estos rangos. Nunca. Puedes ver este rango en la trimestral, nunca tuviste un cierre, tuviste un flashazo y luego bajó y tuviste la abierta fue acá y el cierre fue acá. Pero nunca tuviste cierres y ahora tuviste 1, 2 y estás a punto de tener un tercero en un nivel más arriba. Eso nos deja pensar que esto va a ser alcista, combinado con el hecho de que hicimos un nuevo alto histórico comparado con antes. Eso es alcista. Y ahora estamos consolidando. También tuviste el mínimo que fue acá en los $2, tuviste un mínimo más alto en los $5, de ahí un mínimo más alto en los $8 y de ahí puedes ver los demás continuando hacia la alza. Pero también tienes altos que vienen desde el 12 al 17 hasta el máximo histórico. En temporalidad, yo creo que este es el gráfico que todos quieren ver y ponerle atención al semanal en HIMS. La razón por qué es sencilla. Una vez más, haciendo altos, altos más altos, pero aquí está la indecisión, ¿no? Tal cual como la de Bitcoin, donde creaste este alto, pero ahora este no fue un alto más alto. No dejes que eso te distraiga todavía. Esto fue un SFP alcista, porque te engañó a que iba a caer, se recargó en el 55 y subió. Ok, estamos arriba del 9, arriba del 21, nos indica que tiene fuerza esto viendo los promedios, pero aquí importante, vean el nivel donde está el precio, está arriba de este wick. ¿Qué ha cerrado arriba de ese wick en el precio? Nada, o sea, literalmente solamente una vela. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas en HIMS en este momento? Simplemente quieres aguantar esta zona del $21, porque esta zona, esta literalmente, es donde vas a consolidar antes de continuar. Y de ahí, una vez que llegues por acá, vas a querer romper estos 24, de ahí irte a los 25.74 y ver si vas a hacer un doble techo o no. Obviamente, si quieres hacer un short, eres bajista, yo lo empezaría con esta línea y pondría mi salida acá, ¿no? Básicamente, espérame, esto es un long, esto es un short, lo haría acá. Entonces pondría esto como si fuera a llegar acá o hasta acá abajo, depende de lo que esté viendo. Y pondría mi hermoso, es más, no es cierto. Pondría esto acá y esta acá. Porque si llega a subir de eso, pues, güey, ya hiciste un nuevo máximo histórico y probablemente te lo invalide. Pero esta sería la idea. Si eres bajista en HIMS, ese sería un buen setup. Si eres alcista en HIMS, quieres aprovechar oportunidad de compra, simplemente es cosa de esperarte a que el precio venga a retestear esta zona o el promedio de las 9 que va a subir después de este cierre. Lo importante de ver este gráfico semanal, en mi opinión, es esto. Espérame tantito. ¿Dónde está el promedio? Ah, no, es el diario, perdón. El diario, donde puedes ver que 21.88 es donde quieres aguantar y de ahí continuar. Puedes ver los cierres, puedes ver que esto no cerró arriba y quieres empezar a tener cierres arriba de 23.81. Pero por ahora, aguantar esta zona del 21 y no perder el promedio de las 21 en la diaria es tu indicador bueno y estas serían zonas y de oportunidad para comprar si eres alcista a la alza. Tu invalidación, estos wicks. Acá abajo, básicamente la operación que hice con el short, pero al revés. Ya lo tienen. HIM se ve bastante bien con un objetivo para nosotros de $33, pero en temporalidades muy altas, y van a poder verlo acá en la trimestral, estamos en extremos. Entonces va a tener que ir de lado tantito porque hizo un palantir, señores. O sea, acaba de hacer un 10X esta madre. Tranquilos, ¿ok? Tranquilos. Ok. Farhan, which one are you doing?
Ton.
Oh, yeah. I definitely don't have that one. Ton USD.
When this shit goes down, it goes down like a ton.
It goes down a ton. That's a pretty good one because everyone saw that coming in a great way.
Working on my uncle jokes.
Good job, sir. Mexico is the place to really get good at it. It's full of uncles. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Look at
The
the quarterly.
the other day I was walking outside, just like taking a walk, and I hear some music, and I go walk around the corner, and the neighbors are all sitting on the lawn, like grilling up meats and drinking beers. It looked like a vibe.
Yep. Oh man, I want to do that today. Actually, after this, I'm just gonna get mega stoned and just grill some steaks.
Damn, that sounds nice. The monthly HPR momentum is starting to flip back up from the bearish control zone, and it's about to exit the bearish control zone. As long as we hold this 61.8%, it very likely will, and that level is at $4.83, so we're just like slightly above it. And at that point, we would have to target that top 38.2%, which would be this bottom 38.2%, which would be retested this breakdown area, and that is at $5.83. Our volatility is starting to reset though, so it's telling us it's contracting. So it's telling us that whatever move to the upside that we get is probably going to be a corrective move for now. Same thing on the 2-week, where the HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up from the bearish control zone. Volatility is going down. It's telling you this is going to be a correction that we get to the upside. I could see somewhere around this 50%, maybe this 9 EMA, somewhere between like $5.14 all the way up to like $5.40 area. But before we maintain this downtrend and have these ranges step down, and then we can go down again to the 61.8%. And at that point, if I were to guess, like I don't know where it's going to move to, but if I were to guess, it would be somewhere around this 55 EMA. And that's a pretty significant dump. That's like 30% plus from here. Crazy how this thing looks like this, while Bitcoin looks like how it does. The momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is slipping up. We're getting somewhat of a bounce at this 55 EMA, but it would just be a mean reversion bounce before we end up going lower, most likely, as long as we're below this median at the very least, which is at $5.74. And we're getting expansion from literally 0% volatility right now, while momentum is flipping down freshly into the bearish control zone. 5-day momentum is starting to flip up while volatility is down, so it tells you this is a correction. What we want to see to get a more of a significant move to the upside is close over this blue 38.2, which lines up with this 5 EMA at $4.91. If we can get a close over that, then we should get a little bit of a move higher, not so significant, but more than what we're getting right now, towards this median and 21 EMA at about $5.40. From here, that is pretty high, but that's like 11%, which is, and people who are trading garbage like this are usually doing it on like degenerate levels of leverage. So a 10% move is pretty good for them.
Oh yeah.
All right, the 2 days giving the same thing, where momentum is flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility is going down. And that volatility is almost at like literally 0%. It's at 10% right now. And we are getting the technical move is a test of the median. We're getting it and we're rejecting it. So as long as we're rejecting the median, we're likely going to come back down towards this bottom 38.2% at $4.63. At that point, we have to watch and see where our HPR momentum goes to. If this rejects the neutral zone and starts flipping back down again, then I would say that it's likely that this 38.2 is not going to hold, and we're going to go significantly lower, probably somewhere down this 78.6, maybe this 88.3. Last time it went up to the 100%, this time and this time. And the 100% right now is at $3.35, very similar to that other number we're looking at on the monthly in the threes.
Oh boy.
Monthly is tried to flip back up. Daily, tried to flip back up, and it flipped back down. This is lower than this one. Is there any divergence? What is that? 4.847, 4.895. Yep, there's hidden bearish divergence right here between this point and this point. Since this went, or regular bearish divergence, because this candle went higher than that one, but the momentum point did not go as high. So that gives you bearish divergence, and we're already below the median. With volatility as low as it is, we can at the very least get a move down towards the 78.6, this 88.3. That is like $4 and let's say 40 cents, all the way down to
$4.23. Switch to the momentum chart. Monthly is getting volatility contraction after 4 periods of 100% volatility on this move up. So that is a little bit of a nice thing to see, that while we're getting such a big move to the downside, volatility is going down at the same time. How much are we down from the all-time highs? I'm curious. About 45% down from all-time highs. You would think this is a bear market. Sheesh. Momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $7.47. Good Lord. We would have to go up a lot. You have to go up almost 100% to flip that back up. We're about to get out of the bullish control zone. So this is the area where I would expect, like after this monthly close, next monthly open, to see where this number is. If this number goes down a lot, which I would expect to happen as we get to the edge of the bullish control zone, then we would have hope to flip momentum back up and make a monthly higher low and continue back to the upside. And let's see if that would line up. That might line up with a monthly 21 EMA, somewhere around that low $4 to that high $3 area.
You mean holding that?
Yeah, it needs to hold this 21 EMA on a monthly close.
Yeah.
Then we have hopium to make a higher low here, get this number to go down, flip momentum back up. Then we can get one of these pumps again like this. Because everything we only have one instance of momentum flipping up on this chart because we don't have that much data. We flipped up right here, and then we moved up about 233% after flipping momentum back up. 2 week, we're getting volatility expansion from 30%, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $6.36. So that gives us more confluence that we're going to keep going down, probably hit that high $3 area, low $4 area, and this green 55 EMA will have moved up by then too. Weekly is trying to start expanding. It's going to the moving average. Once it gets above that, it'll start expanding. Pointed down below $5.23. Gives us more of confluence. Yeah, more confluence for continuation move down. 5 days is starting to expand. Pointed down as long as we're below $4.94. 2 days starting to expand from 0%, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $4.93. Daily is expanding from many periods of 0% volatility. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, fuck, I lost my place.
It's like a week.
Yeah, let's just say a week.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. There's a lot of days. A lot of days of 0% volatility. Now we're at like 13%. We're getting very close to volatility expansion. And on this one, we're pointed up as long as we're above $4.75. That's very interesting. So that on the daily tells us that we could get a somewhat of a mean reversion bounce to maybe this 55 EMA at like low $5 area. But let's check the lower time frames though, see what they're saying. Oh, when we go down to the 4 hour though, it's telling me that the lower high might potentially be in, because we're about to lose this silver cross that we're about to make. As long as we're below the 21 EMA, this is not going to silver cross, and a failure of a silver cross usually leads to a pretty big downside moves. And we're contracting on our volatility right now. Plus, we're about to flip down as long as we're below $4.92 on our momentum, and it's going to be a rejection of the bullish control zone too. So the lower time frames are telling me that the medium time frames or mean reversion bounce could potentially be over. And then the higher time frames are telling me this thing is probably going to continue going down to somewhere around very low $4 to maybe mid to high $3. And I have no idea why, considering the rest of the crypto market is ultra bullish.
Those fucking bastards in the rest of the crypto market taking all the money, and they're not leaving anything for ton. That's,
you know, what's actually happening though is that the bankers are manipulating this coin. They want these guys to sell. And then once you sell it to the bankers, then they're gonna pump it like 10,000x. Never sell. Hold it to zero.
I'm a big fan of holding shit to zero. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Well, sir, I am a retard. And what was I gonna say? I got a good one for you. Sui.
Oh yes.
SUI. And I don't know with which one of you guys we analyzed this, but we basically said because I had this from before. Basically, above this line, go up, below this line goes down, and I think we nailed it.
I don't remember.
1 ton?
Yeah.
Maybe it was me. I don't remember. Who knows?
I don't remember that.
This one looks nailed.
See, power of the meme line with a shitcoin.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Beautiful.
It's pretty
sight.
damn good.
Some EMAs thrown in there, sprinkled on top.
What the fuck is... Okay, there you go. Now it's the actual graph. Alrighty. Vale, pues estamos viendo TON. Un absoluto shitcoin en estos momentos. Rápidamente voy a organizar esto para que lo puedan ver. Pero hemos visto que TON salió a la venta bueno, en realidad salió a la venta acá en $2 y ahorita está cotizando en 4.80 en 4.84. Perdón, estoy teniendo el robot del tío Salo está teniendo dificultades. Aquí me atrevería a poner esto. Vale, entonces estamos por encima del 9, bien, se ve bien la cosa, tuviste este tope. Normalmente estos son señales de tope, para que sepas. Cuando ves dos velas que son más o menos del mismo tamaño y una de diferentes colores, que son muy, muy parecidas, esto podría estar señalando un tope y esto te debería dar precaución. Ok, habíamos analizado antes esta moneda por alguna razón, no tengo idea por qué, o tal vez ustedes lo pidieron por acá. Y, lo primero que les quiero enseñar es esto. Es en la mensual, entonces. Un segundito. En la mensual, ¿cómo venimos? Este movimiento alcista, que fue un movimiento absolutamente brutal desde que inició acá, nos dio un resultado de 260% a la alza. Y fueron 1, 2, 3, 4 meses de volatilidad en extremos y eso nos llevó hasta acá y ahora la volatilidad se está resteando diciéndonos que estamos muy probablemente ante otro tipo de movimiento. Ahora, estás viendo acá cómo el promedio de la 9 lo hemos perdido, lo habíamos podido mantener excepto en esta zona de 3 meses. Por ahora lo estamos perdiendo, lo perdimos con esta velazo para abajo y no lo podemos retomar. El promedio de las 9 está justamente en $5 en la mensual. En la semanal estamos viendo, y ahora yo creo que volatilidad en todo esto es un poco innecesaria. En la semanal estamos viendo cosas más sencillitas. Puedes ver que el 9 cae por abajo del 21, lo que nos indica debilidad y también estás creando altos más bajos. Lo puedes ver acá. Déjame bajo esto para que sea claro. Voy a quitar estas mamadas y vamos a pintarlos. Tienes el alto, el otro y muy probablemente otro. Lo que te está diciendo que esto está probablemente en una tendencia bajista confirmada. Yo personalmente lo considero siempre y cuando estés debajo del 9 en temporalidades altas como la mensual y lo estamos. Así que por ende, yo sí considero que esto es bajista para seguir adelante. Déjenme quito eso, discúlpenme. Estamos apoyándonos justamente en el promedio de la 55. Si llegamos a perder el 4.831, muy probablemente en un cierre semanal que cierre en 2 días, 7 horas, muy probablemente vayamos a ir a esta zona donde está el promedio de la 100, que también es una zona de confluencia. Pueden ver este intercambio de billetes justamente acá. Y este probablemente vaya a ser el siguiente objetivo del movimiento. Y si lo puedes ver un poco más de cerca, puedes ver que o rangueas acá o rangueas en esta zona y parece que estás rangueando en esta zona y esta zona llega hasta acá, hasta el 3.8. En la diaria puedes ver todavía aún peor, debajo de todos los promedios, con un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja? Que quiere decir que el 55 se va por encima del 21, que cada oportunidad de hacer un short es cada que llegas al 9 o al 21. Estos son extremos, por lo que muy probablemente el mejor setup sería armar un short por acá. Ya saben que me encanta armar shorts. Literalmente acá, invalidación arriba de este Wicazo, literalmente acá. Y a ver cómo nos va para abajo. Esto es lo que yo, el tío Salo, haría. Esto no lo recomendó Farhan ni nada. Esto yo soy el imbécil diciéndolo. Esto es lo que más tiene sentido. Creíamos que estábamos ante un movimiento de corrección y podrías tener un rebote más grande. Personalmente creo que este tope acá en los 5.14 es el tope de ese movimiento y ahora este es el tope de este movimiento y va a dar continuación a la baja. You don't think there's an easy short setup here on TON? I think so.
Yeah, I
On
do
the
see a
daily,
mean reversion bounce.
look at this. Like 21 and 9, you know, you're under a silver cross to the downside, so you know that every single time you get into these, it's a nice opportunity to short. So if it goes back to like 4.9, perhaps open a short and just invalidate it right here at 5.025.
Yeah, that seems very reasonable. But I would use a closure to be more comfortable above that wick.
You would use a, okay, yeah, makes sense. Pero sí, estamos viendo, TON se ve hartamente bajista. Vale, pues, ahora, Alex, what do you got for me? Oh, Sol Amis.
Yeah, Sol BTC. I was looking at TON. So Sol BTC, Sol in general looks like it's about to make a mega move, in my opinion. You know, we've been talking about this range on Solana, Sol BTC for a while now. You know, we've had fake outs and then we've gone back to the bottom of the range. Now we're back up and we're actually testing the top of it. Like I've been saying, I do think once we end up actually breaking out and then holding above this for, you know, like a weekly closure, if we view this like two weeks above, ideally, to me that would be very good. And then just as long as it holds, essentially, we have a next move all the way up to 0.00304. I do think that's likely, and from here, you know, we know that's a 17% move. So there is a big move brewing, and something to note on Sol BTC's chart on the 5-day, which I'll talk about the spot 5 days. We've actually never had this low volatility in the history of Sol BTC, which again tells me that once this level up, I have it at 0.00259. So call it 0.0026. That's easier. Once we start closing like dailies and 5 days and weeklies above 0.026, then yeah, I do think we're going to go back up and test this level. And this will probably mean that Sol USDT is breaking out, especially when we know volatility is at the lowest in this chart's entire history. So even on this giant move here, where Sol BTC from we'll use right there from this point. You know, we essentially moved up before it started curving down. We'll just do it from the closure, 295%. And then remember, we just started kind of ranging here, and now we're potentially going to make a range break, but also expand this volatility. And it's not expanding yet. We know it'll start expanding once we actually get back above that 15%. And then to me, yeah, this move's very valid. So it's brewing. We have that up curvature, which is welcoming. You know, we're basing off the average here, the moving average. And to me, it looks like Sol BTC is about to break out, which lines up with what I see on the 5-day on USDT. We talked about this 5-day setup, which again, on Sol BTC, we've never had this low volatility, but also we've never had a 5-day setup on Sol USDT. So we've actually we don't know what the reaction is to this. And I've been watching this kind of closely. Now, it's an altcoin, so it wasn't easy. Like this was a pretty aggressive wick down all the way to the almost 5-day EMA 21. But our bias still should have been bullish, considering we still were holding that 5-day EMA 9. As long as we were above there, for me, that is still in bullish up posturing, and we are more likely to break out. And that's kind of what happened. So we held it, and then we even on this 5-day opening came and tested it, and then expanded from it. So now we're at the 50%, and we would know we're at resistance just simply on these, you know, with this wick high rejection here. It's all eyes on that like 200 to 205 level. But I do think once the 5-day can actually get a closure above, call it $202, we're going to probably see a fast move to 305, if not maybe 300, depending on where this moves. And that's probably why we do see volatility on Sol BTC looking like it really wants to start breaking out. It's just more a matter of holding this massive level at 2.6 for an actual move up to the 304. But as long as, you know, we have 5-day volatility expanding, wow, with a massive green dildo here, and we're testing the 50%, but we're not really rejecting it. We're just kind of, playing around it. This has, for me, the confirmation is once we close back above that 50%, yeah, we're probably going to slingshot to that 80%, depending on where it is. That could be in the 300s to maybe like 310, which is a pretty massive move for Solana. We're talking like a 50% move from here, which is interesting to see, and that would make a lot of sense considering we do have the volatility setups which we've never had on Solana, even on this mega rally here or even here, where Sol moved pretty hard. This one is 470%, and this one, even from just a wick, is like 101 to 103%. So I don't think a 50% move is out of the question here, or even degenerate to say. We're dealing with an altcoin. We have Bitcoin at almost 80,000, and we literally have a volatility setup expanding, and Sol BTC hasn't expanded yet, telling me that once it does expand, this move will just like kind of be very fresh, which tells me that even though we're approaching that 50%, we easily could go back and hit the 80s to 90% on volatility, which is telling me that if we've already moved from expansion close to, let's see, when we started expanding, let me just draw a line here from 15%, because I'm actually curious. There we go. So when we actually started moving from when it expanded, and now we're at 29%, is basically here. And so we've already moved 39%. And so, that's very interesting to me. So if we end up going and maybe testing the 80%, yeah, this definitely can go up to the 300s, which would be pretty nice for Solana. Viewing it on like a monthly would be very, very nice. We're now like testing that all-time high region. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I really want to see what Sol BTC does on the 5-day. We are at the point though where this could reject again, but I'm more in the camp that's not going to happen, just based on how fresh that 5-day volatility is expanding. It's about to on Sol BTC, and it probably will come in. It'll be really key also to see where this monthly median comes in, because once we reclaim that monthly median, well, technically the target move is $650, but yeah, I don't think that'll, this will move down, of course, but that's it. Showing that it's funny, and it is funny, but it also shows kind of the the environment we're in right now, where like, once this really does get reclaimed, and wherever this is, there is like a statistical chance that we would go and test this, which is really interesting to me, because we're not really hearing a lot of people talk about 651 to like $500, like Farin mentioned on Solana last time he looked at this, which is, I don't know, it's just interesting to me, because it definitely could happen, especially with volatility. Like when I see volatility on the 5-day expanding on Tether pair, but right about to expand on the BTC pair, it really makes me wonder if like Bitcoin's about to like maybe consolidate or come down, and that's going to bleed into Sol BTC catching a bid, because we know too, if right, ETH is looking okay, and Sol compared to ETH is very strong. This is a weekly chart, and it's just up only. It's macro highs, very, very strong. So you have to just wonder like what will that mean for Solana. So overall, very strong chart. I'm very keen to the idea of just watching the 5-day, waiting. You want to either see where this 50%, where we get the closure. If we start closing above that 50%, which is right now at $201.25, while the 5-day starts reclaiming this 0.0026 level, to me that'll start really looking like we're about to break out and test this zone on Sol BTC, which probably means Sol USD dominance. USTD actually tests at $300, which then once it's at $300, then we have to look at where the weekly closes, because then we'll be approaching more Farin's territory of that like $400 to $500 level, which would be pretty funny if that actually occurred. So, and one other thing to note, I think it was on the monthly, and just why that very well could happen is monthly volatility here is literally at the lowest it's ever been in the history of Solana's chart. Any mega pump that we've had up until here, volatility has never been this low, which is very interesting to see. It's just kind of like all the stars are aligning now. Yes, what we had last week and it was very choppy. If we take the HBDR off, let's see kind of what occurred here. And it was very choppy, but as long as we were above that daily EMA 100, bulls still had the upper hand. And we chopped, granted, around here. Once it got reclaimed, though, we steadily retested it, stayed above. Yes, we came all the way down, but that daily EMA 100 should have been an opportunity zone. We front ran it, and we basically slingshot from that. That's why I love using the daily EMA 100 for crypto. Using just one EMA in correlation to maybe the 9, right? Lose the 9. Okay, maybe we'll go here. That's why I like using the 34, the 21, and the 9, because that then would have given you a nice 32% move. So it's looking quite good. A pullback here, though, if it happens, then we're kind of watching this to occur. Since we closed yesterday's daily above this wick high rejection, the easy trade could be, if bulls are really going to step in here, is we just flip that wick high into support, which we're kind of, it's right around 194. If we start losing that, then it's kind of like all eyes back to maybe the daily 9, right at 180 again. If we go and test 180s, and if we start losing the daily 9, then yeah, we'll probably go back to 170s. But I'm hoping we don't. We easily could go to 170s, though, especially if Bitcoin does go to that, $73,000 scenario. And then maybe we just will have to wait, assuming bears step in here and actually start losing that 194. Then we're probably going to go to that 180s. And then ideally we'll get a bounce. If not, then maybe 170s. And it would make kind of a lot of sense. We lost it, deviated, reclaimed it, slingshot it up. Maybe before, because I'm getting pretty bricked up for Solana too. Maybe before we get the move, Sol BTC rejects here, comes back down a little bit. And then we get, more structure with the daily forming just maybe like another higher low before a higher high, leading to Sol USDT coming down. And maybe it actually comes all the way down and tests this, and then consolidates and forms again another higher low before we make a higher high. With an altcoin, I'm always cautious to these fuckery moves, especially when I start getting really bullish. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see where this closes, because bulls really want to get higher time frame closures back above this level, and then start expanding volatility. So that's all I really see with Sol. I mean, there's not really much. If you're not pre-positioned, then you kind of want this scenario to occur. But then if this scenario does occur, your stop would have to be at this literal wick low rejection.
That's a big gap. Yeah.
And the RR would just mean that this is a spot trade then. If no leverage, more like, okay, I want to get more spot in this, then okay, cool. Because just like where I mentioned with Bitcoin, comes down, deviates, same with Sol. And so Bitcoin gets its retest. I'll be all eyes on here, either very low leverage trade or spot with just a nice logical stop loss at this wick low right there. So that would make sense to me. And then if we start losing that 170s, and yeah, that'll look slightly concerning. But one thing after the next, and we don't even know where this daily is going to close yet. And it very well could start, the Sol BTC could start reclaiming the zone, and then that could lead to a bigger move. So I'm always just with crypto and Coinbase and Bitcoin. I'm just still going to hold on to my thesis that we're going to get some kind of pullback. Bitcoin easily can break its high and go to 78, 77s. But I do think there's easy liquidity there at 73s, just like you even mentioned, Alejandro. And I do think that could correlate to Coinbase giving us a setup, Solana giving us a setup before we actually go and test, and fulfill the prophecy at over 200 Solana, 80K Bitcoin, and so forth, $300 Coinbase. So cooking up.
Well, it's motherfucking cooking up indeed. Bobby Flay style, baby. LTC, that's Litecoin, right?
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Litecoin. Piece of shit. Ok. Vamos a empezar el análisis de los Solamis, damas y caballeros. Como que no, esto es Solana en la tabla trimestral. Este es el setup de Hamas, obviamente, ya lo saben. Y hemos visto que el precio de Solana salió en $3.51. Felicidades a todos los que lograron comprar ahí y topamos en el 2021 en 259.68 junto con Bitcoin. Esto fue literalmente paralelo. De ahí caímos de los 268 a $8. De $8 catapultamos a este movimiento de acá y estamos haciendo lo mismo que hizo Bitcoin, ese patrón de la taza y la agarradera de la taza. Aquí está enfrente de todos nosotros. Estamos por encima del 9, bastante bien, y ahora nos vamos a acercar un poco más. Yo creo que en la semanal. Solana tiene bastantes cosas que me gustan en este momento. La consolidación número 1 en estos niveles, bastante buena. Esto nos quiere decir que probablemente vayamos a ver nuevos altos, pero primero tenemos que vencer este nivel de los 202.62. Pueden ver que no hemos tenido un cierre desde este punto arriba de de esta cifra, y esta la voy a poner en verde, porque una vez que pasas esto, puedes ver las expansiones de precio y lo exponenciales que son. Y ese número, una vez más, está en los 202.14. Si logramos tener cierres arriba de 202.14, nos vamos a sentir muy bien, sobre todo en la semanal. Faltan 2 días y 7 horas. En la diaria, que es la que mejor pone la fotografía en todo esto, puedes ver que el 187 es un nivel bastante importante, justamente esta línea, la que probablemente vayamos a usar ahora de soporte. Entonces, esto puede continuar así y lo que pensamos es que Solana va a continuar rangueando, podría ranguear tantito antes de dar el movimiento a la alza. Si ahorita no estás posicionado en Solana, no vemos tan claro dónde meterte más allá de que haya pullbacks. Si no hay jalones para atrás, se va a ver bastante difícil poder entrar con algo que tenga sentido y con poco riesgo. Lo que nosotros pensamos es tal cual lo que estamos viendo. Estás viendo que está creando nuevos altos. También este alto es más alto que estos y también que este. El único que nos falta es este acá en los 210. Esa podría ser la última trampa de, güey, no lograste hacer un alto más alto que este, pero un cierre arriba de 202 mínimo te da la idea de que jodidamente te va a llevar a esa zona y muy probablemente a los 214. Pero yo consideraría que cierres encima de esto, 2 cierres diarios arriba de los 202.14, sería mi confirmación de que aquí es donde quiero apoyarme para entrar. Pero, una vez más, faltan 6 horas, 6 minutos para esta vela cerrar y esperemos que no nos dé una vela topera. Importante ver eso y aprovechar esta zona. De nuevo, aquí tienen toda la estructura para que lo puedan ver. Estamos muy por encima de todos los promedios. El promedio del 9 está en los 180, que es justamente arriba de esta zona. Por lo que nosotros vemos a Solami simplemente o continuando o dándote una buena para acá y luego para arriba. Depende qué tanto y qué tampoco vaya a caer. Lo que también podríamos esperar es que este wick de acá nos funcione como soporte en los 194. Entonces, si vemos este movimiento para abajo, puede que acabe aquí y continúe. Si no lo frena en el 194, ese movimiento va a ser acá en los 187 y si no es en los 187, sería en los 180. Ya de ahí se empieza a ver bastante... No tan potente el movimiento tal cual, pero por ahora nos pinta todo esto con un objetivo arriba de $300 para los Solamis. Así que podría que veamos altos históricos pronto de Solana una vez más, antes de que todos los demás. Bastante interesante. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Solamis, nada mal. Farhan, which one are you doing? Sui.
Yes, sir, Sui.
Do you guys see Cardano's finally catching a bid?
No.
Yeah, it's up. I don't know. I think it was up like 40%.
Damn, those holders' wives, boyfriends are going to be very excited to hear that.
They're going to be so happy. Like all of your wife's boyfriends are going to be so pumped. That's awesome.
They can stop eating ham in the corner and upgrade to turkey.
It's fucking amazing.
All right, so on the monthly on this, we don't have very much history, but we're currently over the median. The last time we were over was Never, because we don't have that much. We literally don't even have enough data to have populated it. No, I'm wrong. I'm retarded. That's the median right there. Last time we were over, it was basically on this move right here, where we went up 181% after getting over it. So now we're over it again. I'm not going to say we're going to do 181% because our market cap is significantly higher than it was then, but it's still below 100. Oh, this is not the market cap. What is the market cap? It doesn't say.
On Sui,
Yeah.
6.42 billion.
Yeah. So back here was probably a couple hundred million in this zone. So the market cap is significantly higher than it was back then. So I wouldn't expect 180% move straight off the bat. But at 6 billion, 180% is only it's gonna put it at what, like 12? No, it's 100%. 15 billion, I think, 15 to 18 billion, something like that, which is still not that high compared to all the other top crypto coins. And this is putting in higher lows. But the only data we have is from May of 2023. The oldest 2 week is getting a little bit of a breakout. It's closed over the 38.2, and then it continued upwards. It tapped the 88.3, then it came back down, hit the 50%, the 5 EMA. Now it's getting a continuation to the upside. I want to see it close over high $2.18 basically, to see continuation to back towards this 95% up here, and possibly the 100%, because that's where it usually likes to top out, like every single time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They all tapped 100%. As of right now, the 100% is sitting at $2.96. Our momentum is flipping back up, and it's maintaining the bullish control zone, and volatility is supporting it too. That would support that move to $2.96. The weekly is about to get a fresh breakout, where we're closing currently over the top 38.2% and about to get over the 50% as well. But as long as we close over $2.23, this should get a move up to the last time we closed above it was right here, and we got to move up to the 95%, 97.5% actually, and that number is currently at $3.80. Sheesh. Yep, every single time after we closed over the 38.2, we hit that. Well, on the other hand, though, the momentum is getting out of the bullish control zone while volatility contracts. So that tells you that this move down on momentum is a corrective move, which is very interesting considering we're getting a big move to the upside while we should be getting a correction. And which makes it even more bullish, because what could happen is that whenever momentum fully resets over here and volatility resets and we're still going up, that would be a recipe for continuing, not just continuing to go up, but having a very aggressive move to the upside after that. 5 days already doing the same thing. We're about to close over the 38.2%, and that would put us somewhere at $3.60, very close to that $3.80 number. 2 days already done it. We've already closed above. Now we're getting a little bit of a back test. We need to hold this 5 EMA and the 61.8% to continue the move to the upside, which is currently $2.14 that we need to hold. Momentum is currently pointed up still, and volatility is pointed up. The jewel is freshly turned back around, and it's about to re-enter the bullish control zone with this light blue cyan color. So that tells us that this area is probably gonna hold out and consolidate before these ranges step up. Then we can try again. Or if volatility keeps expanding from now, then we can possibly just move up after this candle and towards this 97% in that $3 zone. Daily momentum is starting to flip down a little bit with the volatility down too. Probably somewhat of a correction, which we're seeing right now. I could see it. I don't know if it's going to hold right here. I would personally bet not, and I would say it's going to come down to this 38.2, which is $2.12, I believe. Yeah, $2.12. And I would look at that to be our next higher low if we are going to continue to be bullish, which I think it is based on the higher time frames. Let's check the momentum chart. Not enough data. All right, so the 2 week is going to be pointed very strongly to the upside as long as we're above $1.01. We're a lot above that right now, and we're going to enter into the critical zone as well. Last time we entered into the critical zone, we were at 100% volatility, so we couldn't keep that up, and then we ended up having a top there. But even then, we still moved up a decent amount after hitting the critical zone. 40% of the upside after getting into the critical zone, while we were at 100% volatility. Right now, we're at only 85% volatility, so we could get a lot higher of a move than 40%. Weekly is currently contracting on volatility from 2 periods of 100%, and momentum is going to flip back up at the edge of the bullish critical zone as long as we're above $2.22, which we currently are. Last time we flipped back up within the critical zone was right over here, and then we moved 105% to the upside after that. And that was also on declining volatility, just like we have right here. 5-day declining volatility, going to flip back up at the edge of the critical zone at $2.18. Basically the same thing that happened back in that previous setup. 2 days contracting volatility for many days of 100%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 14 days of 100% volatility, 2 weeks, and now we're even below 50%, and we're rejecting the bearish control zone, flipping back up. The pivot is $1.98. The momentum is going to be up as long as we're above 198, and we're at very low, expanding from very low levels of volatility right now. We're getting over the moving average from 30%. So we should theoretically see a pretty sizable move to the upside from here. Try one of these, see what I could get. Yeah, since we've closed over the 78.6, which is $2.20, I would expect our next number target to be somewhere around $2.84, somewhere in the very high twos. Daily is expanding from pretty low volatility as well, like right around like 35%. And momentum is going to be up as long as we're above $2.05, and the daily is about to enter the critical zone. Last time we did that, right over here, 136% move to the upside. 4 hour was at 4 periods of 100% volatility. Now it's reset to extreme lows. It is at, let's move this up a little bit. It is currently at 5.56% on volatility on the 4 hour. So we're just about to get our next expansive move, whether it be the upside or the downside. And as of right now, statistically, it would be to the downside because momentum is going to be down as long as we're below $2.36. Let's go a little bit lower time frames. 2 hour was the same, multiple periods of 100% volatility. Then it contracted all the way back down to 2%, 1%, and it's expanding once again. And momentum is going to be down as long as we're below $2.30. So the very, very low time frames are looking like we're going to continue this correction for a little bit. And then the medium and higher term time frames are still pointed heavily towards the upside. So whenever this is done, I would guess somewhere around maybe very low $2 to possibly right around $2 flat to find our next higher low before we can continue to the upside on the higher time frames.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Indeed. Looking at the chart, I was thinking that it's kind of looking good. 1 second. What's next? Ave.
Nice. I gave a long setup on that, I think, over the weekend.
Nice.
Not the weekend, a few days ago. My bad.
Yeah, that's because now it's the weekend, sir.
Yeah.
Vale, estamos viendo Sui, una de las favoritas de la comunidad. No hay tantos datos, por lo que no me quiero ir a temporalidades tan grandes, pero pueden ver que la estructura de esta cosa es una belleza, pero una belleza forma cripto. ¿Por qué? Porque mientras estás creando estructura, pueden ver, aquí es donde salió el precio, creaste estos mínimos. De estos mínimos, tuviste este alto histórico. Después creaste estos mínimos, pero ve lo cerca que están de estos. O sea, estás hablando de 0.3 centavo, de 30 centavos a 46 centavos. O sea, la gente aquí creyó que se iba a ir a cero. Creaste nueva estructura alcista y rompiste a máximos históricos. Y ahorita justamente el máximo histórico en Sui es 2.39, casi 2.4. Para ponérselas sencillas, esto es lo que estamos viendo de acuerdo a los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum que usa el tío Farhan. Les puedo decir tranquilamente que esto pinta bien, además de que todos ustedes pueden verlo, ¿no? Cuando ponemos esto acá, que es la tradicional copa con la consolidación, todo cripto se ve idéntico porque casi todo se mueve igual, para que sepan, no crean que solamente todas las tablas son idénticas. Es solamente en dónde estamos parados en este momento en el ciclo. Es como cuando baja todo, que ves que todas las gráficas se ven como una caída de montaña idéntica. Es lo mismo acá más o menos con la subida. Estamos apoyándonos encima del 9, encima del 21 por bastante y encima del 55 que empezó a popular por acá. Nada mal. Lo que nosotros creemos es simplemente por volatilidad, por estar poniéndole atención a esa cosa y a momentum. Es, un segundo. Venimos de extremos. Estos extremos son los que nos llevaron a ese alto y ahora la volatilidad se está relajando. Estamos a punto de ver una corrección en temporalidades cortas, como la diaria, lo pueden ver acá, pero lo que nosotros creemos es que esta corrección en Sui puede llegar hasta esta zona en los 211, hasta tal vez el 21 en los 2.11 o 2 planos, y de aquí dar continuación ese movimiento a la alza que nos podría llevar casi a los $3. Eso es lo que tiene pinta de. ¿Dónde se invalida esto? Acá, justamente en los 1.7. Si baja de eso, estaría bajo de todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, lo que nos pondría a buscar nuevos mínimos e invalidaría justo la teoría que tenemos. Pero por ahora es alcista. Lo que quieres es ver más cierres como estos. ¿Vieron cómo les digo que cuando ves velas que se parecen en un tope, eso te está diciendo que va a haber una corrección después? Esta es una vela de indecisión, no una vela topera, porque tiene el cuerpo delgado para arriba y para abajo y está justo en medio. Y esta vela también no es una vela envolvente bajista porque no envuelve la parte de arriba, envuelve la parte de abajo, pero no importa, tienes que envolver toda la vela previa y no se va a dar en esto. Entonces, ¿qué estás viendo acá? Simplemente lo que creemos es una corrección a este punto y después dar continuación en tiempos de alta temporalidad. Por ahora, Sui se ve bastante bien. Tu invalidación, una vez más, sería abajo de este wick en los 1.77. Así que márquenlo, guárdenlo. Esto es un buen rango en el que está Sui y para abajo no se vería bien, para arriba se ve muy bien. Así de fácil, Dios. Alex, you got LTCEBED.
A legacy coin.
A legacy coin, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's just, been a few cycles, but as evident on Sol BTC, it's a shitcoin. And, we've seen some coins like Sol BTC and even ETH BTC doesn't look this bad. And this kind of just shows the strength that this has, which is none. And as long as LTC, BTC, Litecoin versus Bitcoin looks this weak, you really can't expect much, especially when this is really a Bitcoin-driven rally. And so in saying that, Litecoin's trying to get some kind of bid here. The issue is if we view it on a 5-day, which I like viewing these altcoins on a 5-day, we see two things. We see that daily SMA 200, 5-day SMA 200 is now grinded all the way down, almost matching with that 5-day EMA 100, telling me that, this zone here is going to be a major resistance. We're almost there. And so it'll be very interesting to see the reaction to specifically this 5-day SMA 200. If we start getting 5-day closures back above that, that'll mean we're back above this meme range here, which we've essentially been rejecting since we lost and broke down from the range. Well, we popped back into it. We've reclaimed that 5-day EMA 100 and the SMA 200, giving us a nice move to that $85. But until then, we're now at resistance. We have to be mindful of that. And we really want to see kind of where today's going to close, because if the daily can close back above the SMA 200, it'll be a nice welcoming sign, especially for bulls. We've been nicely, healthily above that, under it since June, and just been nuking ever since. Litecoin does not like to be under that. And then when it's above it, it likes to make nice moves up. And so that it'll actually be really key today to see kind of the closure, because right now we are above it, and it's nicely matching up with the meme line. So we get, any daily closure back above, call it like $71.80. 85 cents, then to me that'll start looking good, which then could bleed into the 5-day. But as long as we still have this major resistance looming on the 5-day, we have to be cautious of that just simply rejecting. Even on this rally, we pumped all the way up, even went a little above the EMA 100, and then just full on nuked and still closed under resistance. So that's why it'll be really important for today to actually reclaim that SMA 200. If we view the monthly, we also see we are at, again, just a major point. Resistance here on the monthly 9 has been pretty strong. We essentially, anytime we're like in some kind of like very downtrend posturing with Litecoin, the monthly 9 acts as like a major rejection area, and even breaking down from it gives us these big moves, and so it'll be really important to kind of see where the daily closes. If the daily reclaims the SMA 200, then that could bleed into the 5-day, trying to reclaim that $72 level, but then also that 5-day SMA 200. If that happens, and that easily could bleed into the monthly, reclaiming that 9. And if the monthly reclaims the monthly 9, we're kind of checking off all the boxes for bulls to actually step in here and get a bigger bounce, specifically to that $84-$85 region, which from that point here is a nice 15 to 16% move. I do think then we'll have to watch the reaction and see, okay, does Litecoin reject here, or can it actually break this last rejection high, which is coming right around that monthly EMA 34. We know that is an interesting point for Litecoin, because last time it reclaimed it on the monthly, we didn't hold it, and it led to a major deviation, and then we rallied up. Okay, cool. We closed, we opened green, we tapped the monthly EMA 34, and then mega nuked. And so for me, that'll be kind of like the last, that'll be the last area of major resistance. If Litecoin can start reclaiming that, then, we really have to start looking at like a lot higher, like possibly like the 120s to $140 zone. Let's see what the HBR says here. So the HBR monthly is interesting because we have the median and the 9 right where it's at right now, telling me that this is a pretty big zone for Litecoin, and we have to be cautious at the idea that this is going to reject or at least get some kind of pullback, especially when we know that we're essentially approaching major resistance on the 5-day. It is something to just be cautious about, but it then on the flip side can solidify if Litecoin starts giving us like a major green dildo. We start reclaiming the median and also the 9. It's just more ticks for why this is probably going to break up and actually test that EMA 34, if not even wick a little higher and test $93. That to me will be really important. But I just bring the monthly on the HBDR because with the monthly 9 and the HBDR median right here at this point, this is, if you're bearish, the spot where you'd want to see Litecoin start moving down. And then confirmation of a breakdown will be once we start getting, especially a monthly closure under $60. If we start actually closing that under $60, then we really then have to start looking at, maybe 40s to even possibly the 80% at $37. But I still am, if my opinion is, I think these, with Cardano and now Litecoin and Solana looking, especially Solana looking like it's about to possibly break out. I'm seeing like a lot of altcoins on my radar start to look okay, actually. It just kind of, and this is the trend, even with Solana, it all hinges on like these important closures like the weekly, especially like with what you can see on Litecoin's weekly. It basically getting a weekly back above the zone, puts us in a precarious spot that we haven't been in a very long time. Litecoin hasn't been above, the 9, the 21, the 34. Let's see, since it lost it here in April of 2024. So then we've just steadily been down it the entire time. Yes, we reclaimed this, it deviated, and then now we're possibly reclaiming it again. And so we're at a very interesting point on Litecoin where, the 80s aren't too far off, especially with how the 5-day is looking. We just really have to be mindful of just resistance at that $80 region, which, for us then will be what will determine where the monthly will close, in my opinion. If we reject here, we run the risk of this just rejecting the 9, falling back under $70. And then we really have to wonder if we're going to test $60 again. And then, losing that will just be devastating for the chart. Or if we start reclaiming this on the monthly and the median, while also the weekly is getting back above all the major moving averages, then, we really have to start looking at this as potentially the beginnings of like a bigger move on Solana, especially when we see volatility isn't really doing anything, but it is contracting and it is going down. And we're not getting, with what I've seen, we're not really getting a volatility setup, yet, but we could if it keeps going down. Let me see on the monthly too, actually. Yeah, so I guess this is an interesting point. This is the lowest volatility on the monthly on Litecoin we've ever experienced. So, as it stands though, as long as we're under the monthly 9, you have to be cautious that this firing off, or even just going back to the 50% could bring us down. That's why it'll just be really important to watch today's closure. If you're bullish, you want this. You want essentially the daily SMA 200 to get reclaimed, and then you want any dumps into that $71.80 to maybe $70.60 to hold. What that'll do then is start expanding us up more, and then that easily could bleed into the 5-day, going and testing the crucial level right at that EMA 100 and that SMA 200. For me, once we get a 5-day closure back above there, call it a 5-day closure back above $77, then I do think we're now like shifting into like more like a bull market posturing with Litecoin, and then we have to really start watching for the 80s, if not potentially the 95s to 100s. Getting any daily closure back above $94, $95, back above here, you'd want this to hold. You wouldn't want this to start getting lost, because once we start deviating that $94, $95, that usually means we're going into a bigger dump. But if we can hold it, and even expanding here, this line, we can see, we just want to get the reaction where bulls step in and then we just kind of slingshot out of there. And that's why for me, this will be like the final boss, is right around that like $93 to $95 zone. And then at that point, if we end up breaking that, then I do think then we can start talking about testing, the 2021 zone here. But until then, and as long as Litecoin BTC looks this way, it's all hopium. That's why I just take it level to level as I mapped it out. If you're bearish, it's really simple. It's actually very simple. You just want it to reject literally right here. You want this to be the monthly EMA 9 tap mixed in with the monthly median here. You want this candle to actually turn into some doji, so that way we close under $70. And then you'd simply just be watching for 57s to maybe $60 psychological number to get hit again. Losing that 50% takes us all the way down to $38, $37. So I don't like Litecoin. It's one of my least favorite coins because it's boring and it's just stupid. But for what it stands, it is trying to like, it is trying to do something here. I'm trying to like pull a bullish hopium because it is like starting to look bullish, but it's just at that point where like we still could reject. And like, as long as this 5 days under these 2 moving averages, I just kind of don't like to dabble in that. But once it gets above, then, that's an easy long short because you just want it to hold. And then, targeting that and then like something like that could definitely happen. But if you're bearish, you just want us to start rolling over and actually like coming down here. But it's hard to say that when we have a bullish Bitcoin. But then again, when LTC, BTC looks like this, making literally new macro lows, I guess maybe it's not so crazy because
it's got to bounce at some point, just a little mercy bounce.
Kind of, but then like when we see the ranges keep stepping down,
wow,
like, they just keeps, because I thought, oh yeah, this for sure is gonna be at like 80%, 90%. No, I mean it's at the 50%, so we'd expect some bounce here, which could then line up with Litecoin actually testing this zone, which will just be really key for me. But we are testing, I guess, some support. But when you start seeing these ranges move down with price, it's just supporting more downside, because now if it goes all the way down to here, I mean, we're at the 80, 90%, and then assuming it moves down more, we could just be going more down. So but we are, I guess, at a bounce zone. That is an interesting point. So we are at the quarterly bounce zone on Litecoin. Granted, there's not a lot of data with this chart, but for an altcoin, it's as much as there will be. So, we are at a bounce zone, and I guess that could be mixed in a good confluence with maybe why I'm more bullish on Litecoin than bearish. Or I guess I have more hope that we can test that $80 to maybe at 100 right there. Perfect quarterly 50%. But I'm just not convinced it's going to be like as easy, and I do think we could easily come back down first. But I'll happily be wrong, and the first point of me being wrong is this daily SMA 200 getting reclaimed and holding, and then that'll just end up bleeding into everything else. But we're still under major resistance. Bears want to take control and actually reject us right at this point we're at on Litecoin. So
interesting. It's such a good, easy setup. Actually, Farhad's going to send it out on for everybody for the long, in case they want to, just get on it. Why not?
Yeah, I mean,
all the members.
There'll be a few altcoin setups I'm looking at that I'll send to the academy as well, but it all hinges on the 5-day closure. Because like if Cardano's going to catch a bid, I'm watching Cody, because everyone's viewing Cardano. I'm okay, well, Cody's on the Cardano chain. Cardano goes up, Cody goes up twofold. And I remember that's what happened in February. Cody went up like 150 to 100%. While everyone was happy about Cardano's 40 to 30% pump. So there's some things brewing for altcoin. I just don't know if it's the time yet.
How long until that really is? Yeah.
We gave a Litecoin setup about a week ago.
Oh, did we? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that. Entry is $72.10.
So basically where we at.
And then the TP 70. Oh, so it's a quickie. So then the TP $73.
Okay, so a more long-term one.
Yeah, I feel like it will trigger the easy one if you're trying to do like a daily is just like you want that SMA 200 to hold. As long as that holds, we're kind of in like that daily bull market posturing, and then you should just be like all eyes on like that 85 to maybe $80 zone. If we start getting daily closures above, and there's nothing guaranteeing that once we close a daily above the SMA 200, we're going to backtest it and move up, because no, these altcoins are really choppy. That's why I always like to take it on a 5-day. But that to me would be like the first point of a long trigger, is that daily SMA 200 getting reclaimed, because that hasn't happened since we lost it in June of 2024. So it's just been kind of like a massive rejection area. Considering too that this is like the third time now, if you like look in the range that we formed back in October of 2024, we reclaimed it and then we lost it. Then we rallied up, reclaimed it, and then lost it. There's like some weird power of threes with market. Like, is this the third one? Is this where we're actually going to reclaim it and hold it and get the expansion? Maybe, possibly.
Well, fingers motherfucking crossed. That's what it is. Basically.
Yeah.
All righty. I'm going to do Litecoin. Vale. Estamos viendo Litecoin en la mensual. Honestamente, un gran shitcoin que sí logró máximos históricos en el bull run del 2021, en los originales del 2017, señores. 2021 tocó un máximo de $414 y desde entonces hace una decepción para todos sus padres como el tío Salo. Ha estado bajando continuamente y no ha logrado ni siquiera ir a buscar estos máximos acá en los 2.95. Litecoin está cotizando en 72.19 en este momento y está rangueando justamente por acá. Lo mejor que les puedo enseñar es esto. Tienes un setup, si lo puedes ver bien acá, puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y ahora tienes un setup acá con el promedio de la 9 que está en 72.76. Eso guárdatelo en la cabeza, te voy a llevar a la diaria, y ahí es más o menos donde está el promedio de las 200, el SMA 200, lo puedes ver acá. Esto necesitamos que cierre. Si eres alcista en Litecoin, quieres definitivamente cerrar acá. Lo interesante de esta tabla es lo que ha estado haciendo últimamente. Algo, es totalmente lo más cripto que existe esta tabla. ¿Por qué? Tienes estos mínimos, espérame, déjame quito el puto imán. Tienes estos mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, pero estás literalmente hablando de nada acá. ¿Y ahora qué tienes? Altos, altos más bajos. Y ahora esta es la pregunta. ¿Esto nos va a dar más para arriba o nos va a dar más para abajo? Si yo solamente estoy viendo la tabla y estoy viendo dónde están los promedios de todo, les voy a aprender para que los tengan, pueden ver cómo todos están abajo en la diaria. Y acuérdense que la diaria te enseña más en el presente lo que está pasando comparado con el futuro, donde todo está el precio está por debajo de todos los promedios. Lo primero que quieres hacer es poder tener un cierre encima de esta línea meme que está en los 71.90, pongámoslo. Si tienes este cierre en la diaria por acá, se va a empezar a ver muy bien tu semanal. Y al mismo tiempo, porque estás por encima del 9, del 21, estás todavía no completamente rechazado por el 55, y en la mensual puedes ir a buscar un cierre acá en los 72.86. Cualquier cierre diario por encima de los 72.86 te va a poner por encima del promedio en la mensual, y eso se vería bastante bien. Y de nuevo, viendo a todos los promedios aquí abajo en la diaria, junto con el de 200 acá, por ahora, nos hace pensar de que este bajo va a ir a buscar un nuevo, va a ir acompañado de un nuevo alto mínimo del 74 y mínimo del 76. Nuestro objetivo a corto plazo está por acá de los 85, si es que podemos aguantar esta zona. ¿Qué lo invalidaría? Perder los 69. Pierdes los 69 y esto ya empieza a pintar completamente como esto fue un bajo más alto y vas a crear un nuevo mínimo, y tu validación de un nuevo mínimo sería 64.49. Pero por ahora se ve alcista, tiene buena cara, pinta bien, y les mandamos a todos ustedes en tradingacademy.us una señal para esto. Eso es Litecoin, se ve bien después de todos estos ciclos. ¿Quién lo viera? ¿Quién lo viera? Farhan, which one are you doing?
I have AAVE. I just sent the Litecoin setup.
Ave. Thank you, sir. Let me do Ave right here. Ave USD. Ready.
All right. Do we have enough data for the quarterly? No, not really. All right, let's do the monthly. All right. So on the monthly, we got a closure over the blue 38.2%. That we got a back test and we held the 9 EMA. Now we got a little bit of a move down in expansion over the 78.6. Our HPDR momentum is getting pretty high levels, but it's at 85%, while volatility is also at 85%. So you can still continue a little bit higher, which coincides with the HPDR going bands area going to somewhere around the 88.3. And that would take us significantly higher than current price right now. That would be at around $275. Jeez. That's about a 50% move from where we are right now. And the jewel is starting to flip back around too. Now it's about to enter into the bullish control zone. So that is like multiple different indicators are lining up with us going up towards that $275 area. Wow. 2 week is getting a fresh silver cross. 21 has just crossed over the 55, and now what is this line? Oh, this is the 100 EMA. That's interesting. The 100 the last time around we deviated the 100 EMA, tested back to the 9. And that's when we got the silver cross, and this can be considered a retest of the silver cross. Now we're getting expansion. We have 9 days and 6 hours to go. What we would like to see is a close over this 88.3%, which is at $172.24. 172.24. Our HPDR momentum was flipped down during this little sideways correction. Then it started flipping back up, and it's at 89%. And volatility is also 89%. So and the jewel currently is entering into the bullish control zone. So we have enough left on our volatility and momentum indicators to get one more push back up. Not going to reach this 95%, very unlikely, but it is much more likely to reach that monthly HPDR range level at 275. Weekly has had a silver cross for a good minute now. And now it's getting back into the blue 38.2%, and it's about to close. It's projecting this top 38.2 at 191.87, but we still have 2 days and 6 hours to go, which is an eternity in crypto. So if we can somehow close over that, let's say 191.87, 192, and volatility starts flipping up even more, because currently we're expanding from like 15%, and momentum is currently pointed up. We can possibly hit somewhere around the 78.6 to the 88.3, and that puts us at about 257 to 300. And what's right in the middle there? That 275.
Mm.
The 5-day is currently over the blue 38.2% zone, while momentum is shifted up and volatility is joining it to the upside. So that would put us somewhere around that 88.3, and that is currently about $250. Today, momentum is pointed kind of sideways, so starting to correct a little bit, and volatility is starting to correct too, which makes sense because we're getting a little bit of a correction to the downside. We came back, front ran this 9 EMA a little bit, and what is a sign of strength is that we couldn't even make it down to this top 38 to 2%. We just bounced at the 61.8. So that makes it more likely that on the next open, the momentum will flip back to the upside and enter the higher areas of the bullish control zone, and volatility will flip back up too. And what goes along with that too is that the jewel is starting to flip around and give this slight blue cyan. So once it closes like this, it's gonna be approaching this bullish control zone. Daily is doing the same thing, where momentum is trying to flip over a little bit and volatility is correcting. That's why we're getting this correction right here. We came back down towards this 78.6, but we and these 5 EMA, and we have a fresh silver cross on the daily. 21 just crossed over the 55. So possibly if we continue to keep projecting this 88.3 like that, and momentum does flip down, we don't want to see what momentum does in this next daily open in 5.5 hours. We can expect that we would probably come back down towards this 9 EMA all the way from there to this 21, which is 21 lines up with the top 38.2%. That'd be around like $152.30. And the 9 EMA is about like $158.80. It depends on this next daily open where momentum goes. Let's check the... All right, so volatility is starting to expand for the first time on this thing since back in 2022 when it expanded to the downside. Sheesh. This is the first time we're ever getting... Oh, no, my bad. I'm retarded. I'm very dumb. Since the Hamas setup, my bad. This is the first time we're getting volatility expansion since the Hamas setup in October of 2023. And as of this moment, we're still within the bullish control zone, so we should theoretically get a stronger move than we got back in the Hamas setup. And we're going to be maintain the upside momentum as long as we're above $127.86. So 120, as long as we're above like 127, let's say, to be safe, then momentum is going to be remain to the upside. And we're also going to enter into the bullish critical zone, which we've literally never been on this ever in this thing's life. So that should give us a pretty significant move towards the upside. Let's draw this. See if we can get a best guess. Probably somewhere around this area, to be honest. This 268. Oh man, if only it was 19 cents more. It would have been 269.
What an asshole.
Maybe on the perps it'll go a little bit higher. On the contracts, it can hit 269. But as of right now, I would look at somewhere around 268.80, which lines perfectly up with this previous rejective lower high on the 2022 bear market. And if you get any type of closure over that, then you're looking at previous all-time highs probably. But that's a very big, very, very, very big if.
The biggest if I've ever seen. I've seen lots of ifs. Lots of ifs.
2 week with that first silver cross and expanding volatility, we're only at 75%. So we could still make another pretty sizable move to the upside if momentum stays up. And it's going to stay up as long as we're closing above $155.64. Also, we're going to enter into the critical zone. We've never been in the critical zone ever on this thing on the 2 week. So we should probably get a very nice sizable move. Weekly is currently contracting on volatility. We went all the way up to about 80%. Now we're down to about like 53%. And we're going to flip back up on momentum and maintain the bullish control zone if we close above 165.17, and then we will re-enter the critical zone. Last time we entered the critical zone was right here, and we moved up about 55.8% when we entered the critical zone. What does that take us to? I'm just curious. Let's do 50 to 55%. Huh? Do you guys remember that 275 area?
Yeah. Damn.
Very interesting.
It looks bullish as fuck. Just looking at the quarterly, it's insane.
On the 5-day, it's flipping back up from extreme levels on volatility. It went all the way down to like 1%. Now it's back up to 10%, and it's gonna momentum is flipping back up too, and it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. And we're gonna be up as long as we're over $169.80. Beautiful number. 2-day.
Gorgeous.
2-day is currently expanding from also extreme lows on volatility, about like 10%. And momentum is rejecting getting in the bearish control zone, and we're going to be to the upside as long as we're over 169.45 or 169.50. Daily, with its fresh silver cross, is getting to pretty extreme levels in the volatility. We're at 94.44%. So I would think that we would probably get some type of consolidation around here. And I'm saying consolidation instead of a pullback because momentum is going to be up as long as we're above $136.50. 4 hours contracting volatility from multiple periods of 100%. I can't really count them all right now. And we've tested down towards this.
Sorry.
We tested towards this 21 EMA on this silver cross that we have to the upside. Right now, momentum is pointed down, and we're exiting the critical zone as long as we're closing below $187.80, basically. But on this next open, after we get out of the critical zone and re-enter the bullish control zone, this number should theoretically go down a lot. We won't know until it happens. We have to see what this number goes to. And if this number does go down, I would say that the local bottom is in at this 21 EMA, and the higher time frames are going to take over, and this thing is probably going to find its first major resistance somewhere around 275, like significant area of resistance. And then above that, it's crazy numbers into several hundreds.
Wow. Well, good for everyone that's going to get into Aave. Looks pretty good. Like really, really damn good. I'll translate this. Is there anything else you guys like to add before we go? It's been 4 hours, 5 minutes.
Nope. Have fun with your Bitcoins. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone, have fun with your Bitcoins. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you in the chat right now, and I'll finish this up.
All right, have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Vale, pues, estamos viendo Aave. Por cierto, tíos, les voy a enseñar este gráfico. Este es uno de mis gráficos favoritos que he visto. Se los juro. No porque, guay, me voy a hacer trillonario, pero vean el máximo histórico que hizo, lo logró en 707. Está cotizando en 180 en este momento, ¿no? Que es justamente por acá. Voy a prender los indicadores para que vean dónde está el 9 y el 21. Esto lo pone en mercado bajista y eso fue en abril del 2022. ¿Cuándo rompimos esto? Intentamos hacer uno, nos rechazó, volvimos a treparlo y ahorita estamos rebotando y eso nos está subiendo para arriba. Esto es una acción muy alcista que estás viendo. Cada que ves al precio en este tipo de temporalidades tan grandes, dando este rebote, ya usando el 9 como soporte, te está diciendo que esto es lo que estás viendo más o menos. O esto o esto. Ahora, nadie te va a garantizar que el movimiento va a ser hasta los $700, pero ahí te va lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades más cortas. Yo creo que la semanal lo pinta perfecto y en la semanal tienes una vela para toda la gente que le gusta la teoría de velas. Esta vela de acá es una vela envolvente alcista. Es mucho más grande que la pasada. Ocupa desde abajo hasta arriba todo el espacio de la pasada y está envolviendo a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 velas. Eso quiere decir que está envolviendo 7 semanas, casi 2 meses con esta vela alcista. Y cuando pones los promedios te das cuenta del por qué. Estamos ahora sí rompiendo el 200, lo que normalmente para mí significa cuando tienes el 200 hasta arriba y ahora viene el precio y toma encima del 200, el 200 es el morado, lo pueden ver ahí de cerca. Cada que el precio lo toma a la alza y está arriba el 200 y ahora vas a ver al 9 irse por encima de... Eso para mí me dice que se acabó lo bajista. Y vean lo bajista de esto, porque vean cuánto duró exactamente desde que el 9 fue perdido en el trimestral. Para nosotros, Aave tiene cara de que quiere ir a buscar los $250, que es este objetivo. Sin lugar a dudas, está creando altos más altos, bajos más altos. y está simplemente corrigiendo en este momento. Lo que nosotros creemos es que muy probablemente esta zona sea zona de oportunidad, justamente acá en el 159, que es donde está pasando el promedio de las 9 en este momento. Y lo que queremos es que tenga cierres encima de esta zona. ¿Por qué? Déjame rápidamente, me echo para atrás. Porque como Bitcoin, estás ya usando un poco de los altos pasados como soporte. Lo puedes ver. Hasta acá. Ve esto, hasta dónde el precio ha estado por encima de esto. Con estos cierres puedes empezar a ranguear ya al 205. Entonces, esto se ve muy bien. Definitivamente quieres romper los 191, pero por ahora, ve dónde estás. Tu zona de oportunidad de entrada no está aquí. Esto sería un gran error para cualquiera entrar justamente ahí. La oportunidad vendría si esto llega a ser esto y luego va para arriba. Antes de eso no tiene sentido. Y la otra sería, obviamente, que creas que esto va a ser el siguiente alto y se va a dar la vuelta para abajo. ¿Qué te lo diría? Perder esta línea y empezar a tener cierres abajo del 156. Empezando a tener cierres abajo del 156, esto muy probablemente vaya a buscar un nuevo bajo dentro del alto que ha hecho y esperarías que no rompiera el 116. Pero por ahora tiene una pinta alcista, tienes un cruce plateado en la semanal, encima por el 9, justamente en la zona de soporte que estamos platicando, digo, en la diaria. En la semanal puedes ver que el 200 está por debajo justamente de esta línea, por lo que el 158 es un nivel muy importante para todos. En la mensual es la que habíamos visto, donde el 9 está justamente hasta acá abajo. Esperemos que no tengas que venir a probar eso. Y pues básicamente es eso. Podemos ver bastante alcista este activo. Se ve bien, se ve divertido y me gusta mucho la tabla. Y con eso vamos a acabar el casino del tío Saro el día de hoy. Tengo varias preguntas acá rápido. Perdón, me están dando unas alergias buenísimas. Ha habido una cantidad de aire que no puedo más con él. Tío Salo, me preguntaba por los que no hemos entrado por aprender, ¿nos puedes compartir como fechas y temporadas si queremos entrar, si es momento para imprimir o real no? Perdón por la pregunta tan tonta, no es una pregunta tonta para los que tienen intención de entrar a Bitcoin o cuál sería la manera indirecta de beneficiarse de Bitcoin, Solana o Coinbase. Chester, la pregunta que estás haciendo está en todos lados. No hay como una entrada en Bitcoin de acuerdo a cuándo van a imprimir. No sabemos, porque todos pensamos que en realidad Donald Trump junto con Elon Musk van a reducir el déficit y lo van a hacer estilo Milley. Vamos a desaparecer eso y vamos a enfocarnos en las tablas. En las tablas puedes ver dónde están las entradas y también si eres parte de los que están en el servicio de Elite Trading Academy, te mandamos eso por correo. También está en el sitio a las buenas, las de alta temporalidad, las de paga que tienen más probabilidad de hacer más dinero. Y si no, también hay entradas de corto plazo en el Discord. Pero si todavía no sabes bien lo que estás haciendo, te recomiendo ver el curso de Zero a Trader. Creo que eso te va a poner en un excelente lugar para poder ver estos en vivos, entender todo lo que estamos diciendo y poder aprovechar todas las oportunidades. Esa es una pregunta. La siguiente, llevo mucho tiempo viéndolos, hace poco comencé a hacer trading. No sé si me puedes guiar cuáles son los indicadores que utilizan o si ya lo han dicho antes. Lo hemos dicho 1000 veces. Hay varios, son los promedios, el EMA, que es el promedios, usamos el 5, el 9, el 34, el 21, el 55 y el 100, y simplemente SMAs usamos el 200. Para lo que ves, el HPDR, que son todas las líneas que están en las tablas que tienen Farhan y Alex, eso se llama HPDR. Ese indicador cuesta $800. No vale la pena si todavía no estás amarrado por ahí bien con esto. El otro indicador que usamos, que les puedo enseñar acá rápido, cabrón, es BBWP, que es este. Le picas acá y acá está el nombre, BBWP, para buscarlo. Si no tienes ni puta idea de estos indicadores, cómo hacer el setup ni nada, en el curso sale todo eso. Todo esto aparece en el curso y cómo poner tus indicadores, cómo copiarlos, cómo ajustarlos, etcétera. Ahí lo tendrías. Así que ahí está esa. Solamente quiero contestar estas preguntas. Y básicamente ya, Jay, te voy a deber Spot y Netflix. Pero nos vemos la próxima. La próxima semana, el jueves, tenemos clase exclusiva con todos los miembros del Lead Trading Academy para este tipo de preguntas. La pregunta que tengan, ahí vamos a estar 4 horas solamente con ustedes, no va a ser en público, para poder dedicarles toda la atención del mundo. Así que no se lo pierdan, estén alertas y nos vemos ahorita en un rato que quiero platicar de estas elecciones, cabrón. Aprendimos muchas cosas feas, pero bonitas también. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar con nosotros 4 horas y 15 minutos. Un abrazo. Feliz